All right, I'll call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. This is the regular council meeting, January 14th, 2025. Welcome back, fellow council members. I hope your Christmas and New Year's was good and you're all rested and ready to start. I guess this is basically the last 9 months of our term here, 8, 9 months. So lots of work to get done in the next little while here. So I guess we'll start with today. We do have one person of the media in the room here, and I believe we have 3 people from our delegation that's coming up. And to the people online, welcome. Just a reminder, the meeting is being recorded. So just bear that in mind as we proceed through the meeting here. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2, the adoption of the agenda. We'll do our customary. Councilor Naka, any additions? Nothing from me today. Deputy Reed, you're good? Good with me. Councilor Witt. Councilor Weiss.
Yeah, I got 2, start 279 days to election day, like, and after that, I'd like to add on,
Process water line 201, please. Under business, we'll call that 717. And the other one,
and the next one is the drone.
Hmm. 718, okay, that's it. I have one item that I would like to add. It would be under 13.1, closed meeting. And we'll call that an employment matter. And the other part I would like to indicate is I believe the Deputy Reed has a medical appointment this afternoon. He has to leave at 3 o'clock. Will it be 4:03? So I'd like to move the closed session to be our first item of business after the lunch break. So I'm not sure where we're going to be on the agenda at we break for lunch, but the employment matter closed session will occur right after our lunch break.
I gotta go to lab at 12:15, so we should be back by 20 to 1, but just in case.
Yeah. We're planning on reconvening about 1 o'clock, so we'll wait. Okay, thank you. Administration, is there any additions? Nothing. No, already. Okay, so if there's no further additions, I will seek a motion to adopt the regular council meeting agenda as presented, or sorry, as amended.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the January 14th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Adoption of the December 10th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes. Council's had a chance to review the minutes. Any errors or omissions that were noted? If not, I will seek a motion to adopt the December 10th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the December 10th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. We don't have any public hearings today, so we will move on to item number 5 on the agenda is our delegation. And normally with the delegation, we allow you to take front and center. Our delegation is running from the Agri Rural Academy. Just to set the outline, basically we'll give you about 15 or 20 minutes to make your presentation. And we'll have about 10 minutes. Council. Peter, any other input, or we basically covered it? Alrighty. Okay, so we'll allow you to start with your presentation. I see, are you controlling that, Christiane?
Yes.
The word, okay.
Just let me know when you continue.
All right, thank you. So, my name is Sam Zadek, and I'm the consultant working with the Academy Foundation to support their application process. And I think you know the team members in the delegation here in Rowan and Kylie. So, we are hoping to provide the council with an update on the progress of our initiative and make a proposal for funding. So let's just move into the next slide, please. So as background, the concept for this academy was launched in 2023 with a volunteer group after Alkilee finalized its decision in June of 22 to shut the Andrew School totally. The volunteer group looked at options and embarked on the decision to pursue a charter school, looked at the options available in the charter school area, and it is eventually landed on a STEM-focused curriculum of programming, STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And a lot of work has happened since then to pull together the proper level and quality of an application that the Ministry of Education would accept. Part of that work required us to talk about the types of outcomes and do the sort of research to understand what impacts our school would ultimately have in terms of the rural fabric and of Alberta. And where we landed is 6 high-level categories that we would try to target creating career and post-secondary outcomes in. Those being automation on autonomous machinery, because that affects a large part of our population. The various trades and process operations, because we're on the edge of heartland, and the plants are paying attention to that. Of course, agricultural sciences, health sciences, civil engineering, construction, and humanities and general business. Go ahead. So in terms of the work that has taken place so far, the preliminary charter application was submitted in early 2024. I'm looking at it hopefully for a 2024 opening. And ultimately, the ministry felt that the application at that point was insufficient for approval. We stepped back and reloaded in July 24, brought on Focus Help, that being me, to move the application documentation forward. We resubmitted on the 14th of October and have been in constant collaboration with the ministry since then, shoring up aspects of the application. And as of November 27th, the application was considered in its final submission, and the 90-day approval window started from then. So as of today, we're 41 days, worst case, 41 days away from an answer. And we expect that answer to be positive. And we've been project managing essentially this is a business start. And we've been project managing every aspect of that, essentially being a proxy for what you would expect to see in a traditional school division. Next slide, please. And so just some of those proxy functions include doing the strategic planning, getting compensation, modeling and planning in place, looking at the type of technology that's going to be required to support this school. There's recruitment, there's contract management, there's ministry relations, policies and procedures have still to be developed. Position descriptions for some of the positions have been created. Procurement, health and safety. So, like I said, essentially the proxy for what you would be saying from a traditional school division. Go ahead. In terms of our next steps, we are right in the middle of a very aggressive marketing and communications campaign, and just share these right now. So hopefully you have seen some of this material showing up around town. This is just a prong in an overall marketing and communication strategy, where we intend to hit our enrollment target. Our application is based on 85 students in the first year, and growth rate of 15 to 20% in each of the subsequent 4 years of the 5-year initial charter. We are also in the middle of a sort of fundraising and sponsorship, which is actually a very significant item for us. We are targeting an open house to coincide with the approval of our charter. We are about to embark on planning what our learning labs, the 6 labs will look like to support those 6 high-level categories we talked about. There will be procurement, management of contractors for the construction and renovations that have to happen at the school. We were already in conversations with vendors regarding the classroom setup, design, desk configurations, and we've launched the superintendent recruitment, actually superintendent and principal recruitment. Go ahead, please. So why are we here today? After hearing all what's been done and what we're looking at, we are seeking a working fund from the county to support our work again in the interim until the approval. We're running on funds from municipalities. The village has been so kind as to provide a 50,000 seed fund so far. But looking at the magnitude of the work is still to be done, the communications, the marketing, the kind of expertise, because it's, smarter people than me that come up with this kind of quality of work, and there are costs associated with that. We're working with a fundraising expert to launch that campaign. That there's costs associated with that, and we're just looking for some assistance to bridge us until our application is approved by the ministry. Go ahead. So, in summary, what I'm going to say to you is a little bit audacious here. This is no longer an if. This is a when. Worst case scenario, the ministry will come back to us by the 24th of February and tell us, well, no, your application isn't strong enough, you need to step back and reload. We could reload in time again to pursue a September 2025 opening, or worst case, we would have to reload until next year. Best case is we get an outright approval. The reality is when you talk to other charter schools that have been through the process, New Humboldt, out of Kalmar, the Holden Academy, Thrive out of Edmonton, most likely it will be a provisional approval that says, okay, go, we're pretty comfortable with what you've got, but there's a couple of things we need you to cross the T's on, dot the I's, here's what they are, but you're good to go. That's what we expect to happen. This charter school is going to happen. And when you look at the brochure on page 3, the net impacts and why we believe this is important to the county, there's local rural economic growth that will come out of this school. We intend that years out, we will see population retention and we're building vibrant communities. And we think that should be important to the county. Kylie?
Questions for you? Address the next.
Sure. And also I'll open up for questions.
All right, thank you for the presentation, Stan. And I will turn it over to my council for any questions they may have regarding the presentation.
Question I have, so what commitment do prospective students have to make to the charter school? How do you know you've got enough students?
As part of the application, ministry requires us to show critical mass of interest. And there's a parent declaration form, which is not an enrollment commitment, but just an expression of interest that goes up. At this point, as of this morning, these materials are having an impact. Over the last week, every day, we're seeing additional names come in. So as of this morning, we're somewhere in between 61 and 65 students on the enrollment. And I anticipate having no trouble hitting 85. In fact, the challenge for us will be, the ministry requires us to provide a application or student approval process. So, because charter schools typically oversubscribe. For instance, STEM Innovation in Calgary has a waiting list of 2,900 kids. Thrive, who we visited a couple of weeks ago, their enrollment is 185, and they have, I can't remember what their waiting list is, but this is normal. You will see oversubscription very early. So while we're targeting 85, we expect to be oversubscribed even in the first year. And we have to have a criteria for how we make decisions on who's in and who's not. Because, you know, there's only so much funding approved as part of your application. Like I said, at this point, we're somewhere between 61 and 65. Don't anticipate any problem getting to 85. The challenge for us will be our distribution, because we're targeting K to 12. Right now, we're probably weighing more towards elementary and middle school, and I would really like to see some additional high school students enrolled.
And I, excuse me, I'll add that I think some parents are waiting for that final approval before they were to make a decision. So I definitely imagine that trickling in as well, once we're able to say, yes, this is 100% a green light for 2025 opening.
Well, there, upon approval, there will be a starter fund that initially is granted based on our application and numbers. It's a 195K fund. The exact date that it will be released to us, I do not know.
And typically that's used for more capital projects and furniture and renovations, those kind of things. So I think the request for this fund is to help get a superintendent in more of the high level professional type work that we need to get done, that we don't want to wait till the last minute because we want to do it right. So that's where the ask is coming from, to fill that gap, because we won't get any of the funding for personnel until the charter opens. So that there's a gap and perhaps a flaw in the system, but that's how it works. So every charter school has struggled with this exact timeline. How do we hire someone, develop the curriculum, get everything in place when we can't pay them until the school opens? So this isn't a unique struggle to this group. It's just part of the process, and in hearing advice from the other groups, they've done a similar ask of their municipal council. So again, we're not out of line, I don't think, in making this ask, because it affects, of course, your ratepayers and the village ratepayers equally.
Yeah, the research I've done suggests that for this kind of programming, and the uniqueness of it being rural STEM, we need to provide a sharp superintendent who has a background in curriculum design and development, approximately 5 to 6 months to be able to build a quality curriculum. So we're targeting, we've hit the market for that search. We intend to have that body landed by the end of February, which coincides with the approval timing and gives us adequate runway to develop the curriculum.
Where does all that, when does all that funding come in for employment?
I'm sorry, for
For the employment of teachers or
Number-
superintendents?
number one, your start your school year.
Okay, but where is that gonna come from?
Just like any traditional school board, it's Ministry of Education, it's public
It's
funds.
the, okay, that's if it's recognized, eh?
If it's approved, which
Yeah.
we're banking on that at this
Yeah.
point, yes.
So right now, if it's approved, did it be done like, we got, I think, 2 options right now, public school, Catholic school? So that people, when they're doing their taxes, they would have the option? Is that how it's gonna work? Did Alberta government tell you, do you know? I don't know if you know this or not, but do you know?
Charter schools are public schools, they are not private. This falls under the public school aspect of the ministry. It's just that it's a different fund within the ministry.
Okay, so they come out of the public, so the Alberta, the ratepayers still only have 2 choices, right?
Correct, and this falls in within from the Minister of Education, this is their business plan for 2024-2027. And yes, they recognize charter schools in their structure, same as the Alberta School Foundation, independent private schools, francophone, the regional schools and Catholic school boards. So these, it's recognized when the funding comes directly from the Minister of Education. So when we do pay our taxes on there, we see that little slot that says education or school fees goes into that
Same
larger
budget.
pool and then redistribute it out, meeting the criteria.
And for 85 students, how many staff do you think you would need to start out with, about 10 or?
You know, we've budgeted 5.5 teaching staff plus the principal plus the superintendent at 0.6 FTE. And then, of course, there's the EA support staff, a school secretary and
About 10, probably.
yeah, probably that 10 and a half, I think.
10, 85 students would be about $8,500 a kid for a start, right? Okay.
If there's no more question, I'm gonna move on with part of the second part of the presentation, is dealing with the economic development and the effects that it has for us as a village, as us as a county, and us as a region. Now, Alberta has been very unique in being the only province to offer charter schools. But there's been a lot of studies done on charter schools. There's also been a lot of studies done on the closure of schools. When a school closes in a rural environment, whether it's Alberta, New York, Nova Scotia, British Columbia, the effects are often devastating to the communities, usually involving depopulation that starts prior to the school closure. And then it spins off and it turns into many nasty things, devaluation of properties, assessments going down, etc. So those are all the bad things. And we don't know those can happen, will happen, if we choose to do nothing. Now, the upside is that with the charter school, we've managed and met with, and we have memorandums of understanding right now currently with Lakeland College, Portage College, Olds College, Nate, and
Northwest College.
and we have one in the making with the
University of Alaska.
University of Alaska. These provide pathways. The economic spin-off to this is now we have a school, and not just a normal school, but a charter one that is unique. When you look at the pamphlets here, we have reached out to industry. So when we start talking about automation and autonomous machinery, drone use and development. Drone use and development has been expanding exponentially through all industry, particularly agriculture, forestry, and mining. And with GIS. This allows a school, which would, at our school, it'll be a unique subject. We've also worked with industry and been talking with them. We have a non-disclosure agreement signed with a company right now, pending our approval on their involvement with us. So it looks good. We have a charter school. They're gonna do drones. Most people think of them as toys. they're not. The other spinoff of this is Andrew had an active airport for many years. It's deactivated but not decommissioned, is my understanding from the federal government. It gives us the opportunity to actually have an airfield that could be strictly drone driven. That would be very unique for Canada. Right now, when they're flying a drone, you have to have a pilot's license if they're over 250 grams. For industry to develop and have space to do the research and development is very restrictive when they're working around airports. The company right now talked with for over 2 years. They currently work out of Edmonton Airport. They have to work around everything else that's moving on the ground and in the air. We believe this will make a unique opportunity for drone manufacturers, for research and development, to have a spot and tie in with the school. The other company we've spoken with, and they've come out and had a really good visit, was Dow Chemicals. They're very supportive. They see an opportunity to work with a school in Canada, in Alberta, similar to they do in Texas with their charter schools. They actually help set up labs, they promote labs, and they actually help with providing research materials and hands-on learning. This is key. As you know, very well know, Dow is expanding and moving into their zero project, and with hydrogen and everything else they're working with. They're looking for opportunities where they can start building and educating the workforce in grade 9. That is a big draw. That is a huge draw. As a parent, I wish there was a charter school around when my kids were younger, because that's where they would have been going. They get the opportunity to learn hands-on and have an opportunity for employment. That's just one of the side effects. With Andrew, over the last 2 years, with our push with economic development, we've managed to have a real large uptick in real estate sales. So last year, 2024, was 27 real estate transactions that took place, with 3 of them being commercial, actually 4 of them being commercial. Prior year was 18 sales out of 217 buildings. We've had a massive turnover and an increase. If you look at our stats from Stats Canada, 366 people. Right now, we're over the 400 mark, probably closer to 405, 410 for our population numbers. We're going to grow, and it's going to happen. And it's regardless of how we think of it. After studying also Lamont County's labor report, you see we do have an aging population. An aging population now makes it harder to draw in new industries. And we know they're looking at our workforce and what is here. This allows us an opportunity and another factor to draw in younger families, younger people, that not only will affect the employment and economic of the village, Andrew, but Lamont County, and in turn make Lamont County more attractive for the larger industries, or the support industries to large ones. So I see this as a great opportunity for growth and development. One thing that's happened in the last 2 years, these numbers come from the provincial government. We've seen an inter-provincial migration to Alberta of 450,000 people. How can we attract, if we were to attract 1% to Lamont County, to our other municipalities, Andrew, Mundare, Chipman, Lamont, Bruderheim, that number would be 4,500 people. That's more than the population of Lamont County. 2% would be more than the total population of Lamont County and all its municipalities combined. When we start advertising this, and it is getting around with the website, and it starts reaching out, it is going to draw people's attention. When they move to Alberta, and speaking with Bob Espelko from the hub, one of the key factors that businesses and industry look at when they move, what is there for education in the area? Because the education is what draws the families. That's what builds the workforce. That's what draws the industrial and investment funding for business. This is our opportunity. And like many, they only come once in a lifetime. Thank you, gentlemen.
I do have a question. At the school, did Elk Island basically got the inside as far as desks, whiteboard, furniture?
70% of the whiteboards are still there with the projectors. We also do have a line from another school board that we may be able to purchase some or actually have donated to us. As for physical structures, desks, chairs, yes, about 90% of them are removed along with the gym equipment. So the volleyball, basketball, and that sort of equipment has also been, I'd say 90% of that removed. I do have a document here, and this is literally goes room by room, what's required. Most of what is required in there is actually really good cleaning and resupplying. The biggest obstacle we're gonna have is figuring out which lock fits one of 800 keys they dumped in a bucket.
Yeah, the reality is, in terms of furniture, as far as teacher, desks and configurations, there's nothing to be salvaged. There are bits and pieces and we'll be sending all of that to auction or scrap. The student desks are
Yes.
updated and limited. We have, based on our visit with Drive, seen a much superior level of quality and are working with that vendor. Part of the open house will include a couple of classrooms set up to demonstrate that furniture. It's much more modern, collaborative. It's not the typical classroom configuration that we're used to.
So then, one of the reasons Elk Island indicated was there was issues with the roof and I'm not sure if it was the integrity of the sprinkler system. Is that part of the academy's cost or is that part of the cost? Because I believe the village owns that building right now.
As the village, we've addressed those. So with the roofing costs, we did bring out other independent inspectors, or actually contractors, or not inspectors, but contractors that looked at. So there were some discrepancies in Elk Island's original tender and bid for replacing the roof. So they went from a 24 gauge to a 22 gauge for some reason, which more than doubled the cost of materials. Also understanding that Elk Island was acting under the parameters set out by the province through Alberta infrastructure. And AI is very strict. So they often have to replace stuff, whether it's worn out or not, based on age. So for example, the door and the front desk in the school, they're made of, and the benches they're made of solid birch and maple. Oh, and along with the cabinets, trophy cabinets, you gentlemen have all been in there at some point. Well, according to Elk Island and the stipulations put on by AI, those had to be replaced because the trophy cabinet would be worn out after 35 years. And that tune was $112,000. Similar things happen with the roof. The roof has been repaired and it still has ongoing with some changes to the gutters yet, and Kyle can address those. The sprinkler system was a major concern, and that has been a concern since the building was constructed.
So we're anticipating, if you don't mind, anticipating some repairs to that as well. Village council's aware of that, or if the school does end up transferring, depending how timelines play out to the foundation group, the foundation is aware of that. We're getting another inspection in the next couple of weeks to see exactly what we're getting ourselves into, but we've definitely analyzed all the pieces. Hopefully not too many surprises.
When we did inspect, we had an inspection done on the sprinkler system, which is required annually or biannually. Annually. So one thing I did take note from my experience working with insurance companies and inspections was how much of it was replaced. A vast majority has been replaced under due maintenance and regular maintenance. So it is not where it is about to crumble and fall. When requested from Elk Island how much of the sprinkler system had been replaced in the last 5 years, they were unable to provide an answer. Visually inspecting, you can see as you walk in new lines, new pipes and where they've been done.
We're nearing the end of our time here, so. Surprising how fast half an hour goes by sometimes, but one final question, maybe there's two questions in here. So your budget that you get from I guess the education department or the province, I guess. Once the school receives its charter and it's basically deemed a viable unit. They cover all the expenses of the budget, or is there gonna be a needed contribution from students or fundraising? And I guess to add to my question, is this $50,000 ask a one-time thing, or is this gonna be something that the academy would look at to Lamont County on an annual basis going down the road here, whatever?
I'm not sure that we're in a position to answer the question on one time or go forward. I think we've come to the table today and on the assumption of a one time, because we have a fairly aggressive fundraising sponsorship partnership plan. Murray talked about, for instance, DAP. There are many industry players that we're in conversations with that want to step up. And so potentially, if we approach this right, could actually fully fund some of these labs. So if we have to build an off-campus facility at an airport for drone research, that might be funded. Ag sciences, maybe we build something like Cortiva has out at Ardrossan, and that's funded by one of the industry players. Dow certainly has talked of a willingness to fund process operations and trades lab in some way. But there's so much to figure out in that area that, it's too early to tell. I would anticipate that if we hit the mark on those large scale fundraising plans, then there would not be a need to come back to the county in subsequent years because we would have that in place.
And to add, a number of grants have already been applied for, which you're of course counting on in our budget. There are other ones we're exploring. And fundraising is kicking up in small and big capacity, more of your capital fundraising as well as the small stuff that parents want to be involved in, and partnering with parent council and other not-for-profits in the community because it impacts everyone. So this isn't a blind ask. We're asking for support from everyone, and that's how we make this happen. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. Kudos to you people for the amount of work that you're putting into this thing to try and get this thing off the ground. I think that hopefully you receive a positive response from the province on February 24th. I believe in a address that the premier gave a couple months ago, obviously as Merwin alluded to, lots of people coming to Alberta who paid the premium. And I think she indicated in her address that, charter schools were maybe one way of addressing this. So I think that that's a positive, maybe to a positive outcome in this regard. So, no, good work. And if you leave it with us, council take your request under consideration, and we'll be getting back to you at some point here.
Thank you. And we'll be sharing an invitation to our open house as soon as we get those details sorted out. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
And just a last comment, in addition to over and above the monetary support, I would let you know that as part of our marketing communication campaign, we have global news coming out on January 20th at 11 o'clock. They'll be doing a news story to air on 21st. And I would invite council, everybody, you like to, they would love to interview and talk about the importance of the school and the value to not just Andrew, but to the larger county community. So 20th at 11 o'clock. And the news story will air on the 21st. So they've asked for us to line up some individuals to interview and speak to relevant to the matter, so.
Great. The one good thing, Minister Rick Wilson, he's Indigenous Minister with Indigenous Relations. He was at one of our presentations for Northeast, and he said his grandkids are getting all 65 miles each way every morning and night to a similar school what you guys have, so. Sounds like ministers and mayor are using it, so maybe hopefully you guys will be good with it from the government.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. We will offer a superior product to what's available in this area. When you look at the rural STEM and the fact that it's highly experiential, hands-on, tied to the learning labs that we're talking about, and the fact that we've put in place the partnerships with the post-secondaries. So students will come out of our school already hardwired into, if I'm looking at post-secondary, I've already talked to several options. If I'm looking at moving past post-secondary straight into the workforce, I know where I'm going. This will be completely different than what they experience with Elk Island. A superior product.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion from council regarding the presentation?
Pretty good.
Okay, so in the interim, what we will do is we will accept the presentation as information today, and once council makes a final decision here regarding your request, we will be in correspondence with the rural academy here. So there's no other further discussion or questions. I'll entertain a motion to accept the presentation as information. I make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the presentation from Andrew Rural Academy, Merlin Hout, Stan Zabber, regarding the charter school project as information. Any further questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. Okay, we don't have any bylaws on the agenda this morning, so we'll move on to item number 7, starting with our business, 7.1. Village of Andrew, Lamont County Municipal Collaboration. Six or 7 minutes here that are similar in content. Serial order was issued by Municipal Affairs that suggested that intermunicipal collaboration frameworks agreements no longer need to be reviewed every 5 years, and they suggested that perhaps every 7 years might be more appropriate. This falls in line well with the timing of some of our agreements within the ICS. So I'll pass it on to Ms. Recommend to start investing. It may be that you spend a little time on 7.1 because these are very quick. Because they all, and that's not the same content. Sorry, sorry, they're fighting into here. I maybe just I want to go back to item 5.1. I think maybe as council, do we want to direct administration to bring a presentation back to council at a future council meeting so that we could discuss the request? I think that might be.
Sure, I think so.
And
Very appropriate. Yeah.
So, otherwise, we're gonna lose it in the.
Yeah.
Okay, so Christiane, if you can make draft a motion to that effect. Direct administration to present council with an RFP regarding the Andrew School Academy. Put that motion on the table.
I move that the Lamont County Council direct administration to present council with a request for decision regarding the Andrew Rural Academy at a future council meeting.
All right, any further questions or concerns regarding the motion? No further debate. If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, council, for allowing me to back that a little bit here. Okay, we will now move on to item 7.1, and I believe Davey, you're leading here, so we'll turn it over to Ms. Irving to continue here.
Thank you very much. So further to Mr. Chernowski's preamble, intermunicipal collaboration frameworks are required between adjacent municipalities per the Municipal Government Act. The purpose of ICFs is to provide for integrated and strategic planning, delivering, and funding of intermunicipal services. And the content of ICFs must address transportation, water and wastewater, solid waste, emergency services, recreation, and other intermunicipal services. Municipalities were originally required to adopt their ICFs by 2020. And then each of the agreements has a different term in it. So some were proposing the first review be aligned with elections and then occur every 4 years. Some of our agreements are every 5 years. However, in March 2024, the government of Alberta indicated that the Municipal Government Act and the regulation that guides the development of our ICFs are being updated. And so the government of Alberta issued a ministerial order that recommended municipalities extend their existing ICFs to the review period for the review periods to 2027. And this would allow for the government of Alberta to put new regulations in place. And then the intention is that all of our 12 municipalities, our ICFs would be updated in 2027 to meet whatever those new requirements are. And I'm sure that there will be some education around that as it moves forward, but this time we don't know what those updates are. And so what we're doing is we are working with our 12 different municipalities on what the exact clause amendment would be within each ICF in order to extend each one to 2027. So as each municipality is prepared, we'll bring those forward, and the first tranche is 6. So we have about half of them here before you today. The first one starts on page 26. And this is the ICF that's up for extension is between Lamont County and the Village of Andrew. The extension term in the ICF includes a review period that was supposed to start in 2024, and I guess we did because we started those discussions. And that, however, this period would then be extended to March 2027 if approved by council as worded in the proposed recommendation. So if council has any questions, be prepared to answer those now. Otherwise, we're recommending the extension to 2027.
So maybe in the interest of time here, essentially all we're looking at here is extending the agreements till March 2027. There's no change to any of the content of any of the ICFs from what was signed back in 2019 or whatever.
No, the only change is the clause regarding the term. That's right.
So I guess what I'm looking at is we don't need a presentation for each ICF. We can kind of just extend the ICFs. So I don't have any other questions for Mr. Okay, well, having said that, I will start the ball rolling. I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council authorize the agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with the Village of Andrew to extend the term of the agreement from 2024 to 2027. Council have any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. We'll move on to 7.2. This one deals with the village of Chipman and Lamont County. Councilor Naka.
I move that the Lamont County Council authorizes the agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with the village of Shipman to extend the term of the agreement from 2024 to 2027.
Council have any further questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Deputy Reeve, are you prepared to deal with the town of Bruderheim?
Yes. I move that the county council authorize the agreement and amending the interprovincial municipal collaboration framework agreement with the town of Bruderheim to extend to the term of the agreement from 2024 to 2027.
Questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Councilor Witt, you want to deal with the town of Madera?
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council authorize an agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with the town of Madera to extend the term of the agreement from 2024 to 2027.
Any questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. So we have the Minburn County and Thornhill County just basically extending the dates here, Ms. Irving.
That's right.
Okay. Great. Councilor Whitis, you want to deal with Minburn County?
The Lamont County Council authorized the agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with Minburn County number 27 to extend the terms of the agreement to 2024 to 2027.
Any questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. And I'll do the Thornhill County one. That Lamont County Council authorizes the agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with Thornhill County to extend the term of the agreement from 2024 to 2027. There's a slate amendment there.
Yeah, that one didn't have an active term, it didn't have a term in it, so I just said to 2027, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll do a friendly amendment to my motion and scrap to 2024. Go to 2027.
Yeah.
All right, questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yep, good. All right, it's carried 5-0.
Thank you all, and I'll have the next tranche of this meeting.
All right. Okay, we'll move on to item number 7.7 of the agenda, right off of the standing accounts receivable. Peter?
Mr. Reed, we're on page 102. Time we have accounts that go delinquent. Tell you about some efforts we've undertaken and results.
Thank you, Mr. Kronsky. So yes, this RFP before you is about three particular accounts. Administration has been working to collect these accounts. You'll see on page 102 some of the efforts that administration makes. So this includes sending out monthly statements, turning off truck bill accounts when there's no payment, transferring water bills and fire invoices to the tax roll when they can. And of course, if a property sells, showing that with, to the lawyers when tax certificates are issued. So, today, before you, there are 3 accounts that, have been outstanding, and these are, relate to truck fill water balances, and because it's through the truck fill, administration is unable to transfer these to the tax roll. We've attempted to get these collected through a collection agency. However, that collection agency has also had no success in collecting the outstanding balance. So at this point, administration is asking that these 3 accounts be written off. And essentially the impact is going to be that this is going to go to from the allowance for doubtful accounts, so it's not going to hit the income statement, but it'll remove them from the accounts receivable listing, and will stop charging penalties on these 3 accounts. So essentially, by leaving them on there, our penalty revenue will go up, but we won't be able to collect it. So these are ones that we've expended all the effort that we can, and asking for a decision of council at this point.
We have a billing system in 2018 to 2021.
Yes,
Isn't it by a credit card or?
previous to 2021, it was not by credit card. It was, you set up an account and you could take it, and it was billed out at the end of the month. So 2021 is the one that was changed over to credit card or debit card only, or prepaying on your account. So these are from 2019 and earlier. So the one that account 003100 is from 2019. And that was actually $625 worth of water. But the penalties have accumulated it to $1,100. Account 3547 was $1,000 worth of water from 2020 and 2019. And 4061 was $749 worth of water from 2021.
Were these commercial accounts?
No, they were sorry, actually, the 3100 was an incorporated company. It's hard to say it's a number company, and the other 2 are individuals
This is all potable water
from the truck bills. Yes.
from the same way.
No, that's good.
Were these people still around?
No, we can't.
We can't track.
We can't track these.
these.
So, and that's one of the issues with the truck bill at that. Previous to setting up the credit cards, anybody could set up an account, but if they didn't live in the county, then it's difficult to track them.
Great, any other questions? Is council prepared to write off the 3 accounts? Yeah. I move that Lamont County Council direct administration to write off the following accounts receivable accounts effective December 31st, 2024. Total amount $4,134.70. Account number 004061, $1,133.07. Account number 003547, $1,827.66. Account number 003100, $1,174.
Thank you, Councilor Naka. Any further questions or concerns regarding the write-offs? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item 7.8, oil and gas tax write-offs.
We have some. We had some organizations that are. This is no longer solid, but we have some. Tax write-offs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Karnowski. So essentially, these are I'll point to on page 104. These are two accounts that have balances owing that they're unrecoverable due to bankruptcy of the company. So the original tax has previously been paid or written off by the council. And this is essentially the remaining tax penalties that have been accumulating over time. So tax roll number 0147258810 has a balance outstanding of $93.93. There's been no taxable assessment since 2020, and that is a tax penalty from January 1st, 2023. The other tax roll ending in 99900 has a balance owing of $2,157.68. This is from a 2007 tax notice and $1,000 and the penalties of that. This in this particular case, and you're going to see in the next item, the PERC and DIRT program, that's the provincial education requisition credits and the designated industrial property credits. That in other situations, those have been written off through that process. This one predates that. So the financial impact again is this is another one that will be transferred from tax receivable to the allowance for doubtful accounts. The expense on the income statement has already happened in previous years. And so we'll the county essentially will be able to reduce the accrual of annual penalties, which is about $450 of, again, penalties that are uncollectible. These are essentially two housekeeping items as well.
Quick question here, Rodney. Are these currently in a bad debt jail?
They are.
So essentially, we've made an allowance for them already. It's just
cleaning them up. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I move that Lamont County Council direct administration to write off tax balance for the following oil and gas properties effective December 31st, 2021. Tax roll 52810, $93.93. Tax roll 099900 $21,157.68.
Questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item 7.9, 2024 provincial education requisition credit and designated industrial requisition credit write-offs. Go ahead, Rodney, you've already read this.
Thank you, Mr. Janowski. So this is we call it the PERC and DIRT program. This is an annual program that the province has put forward, and it's a grant on the uncollectible amounts for oil and gas and in that process, so with the provincial education process, the county collects the money and sends it directly to the province to utilize for, in this case, education and industrial requisitions. part of the issues is when taxpayers don't pay that, the county is on the hook. So the counties, have to collect that money and then send it off, but if they can't collect it, they still have to send it off. This government program was set up to offset that financial strain. And so the program was set up that, every year, the administration fills out these very long, very long number of columns spreadsheet, sends off that detail to the province. And then the province applies those to the school foundation fund requisitions quarterly. So all of these accounts are ones that council has been made aware of that there are concerns with. So you'll see Alpha Bows on here, Cycle Oil and Gas, Sequoia Resources. And these are so every year as the requisitions come forward and we tax, then we've been putting these on. These are on delinquent accounts as well. So they are also in the process of some form of collections. So that's why we're not writing off them completely at this particular point. So the request that we do have in the recommendation is that we recognize the education and designated industrial property requisition portion as a bad debt. That's a requirement of the grant program. And then the second requirement of the grant program is that council approve the application for the program. And the deadline is tomorrow. It's a very fast deadline, so the administration is asking council to approve this. And then we can file that program. If there is some concerns and the council doesn't want to approve it, we can always ask for an extension.
Well, then if we make the second recommended resolution here, we get that money back.
That's correct. So that we'll be getting this $2,000 for designated industrial property and $96,827 for education. So they don't send us a check, they just reduce our or give us a credit, reduce our payments. In the new year, 2025.
So technically a net zero transaction. Okay. Any other questions? Not entertain, there's two motions with this particular 7-9. Somebody want to put the first motion on the table?
I make a motion that the Lamont County Council recognize $96,827.26 as a bad debt for the education and $2,032.83 for the designated industrial property requisition portion of the attached eligible properties.
And we won't make your reading.
Yeah, that's a long one.
That's a long list. Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yeah, it's carried 5-0. And does somebody want to make the next motion recommended from administration?
Lamont County Council direct administration to file an application for the 2024 eligible credits outlined in Schedule 1 for the province for the provincial education requisition credit and develop and designate industrial request credit program (DRC).
Any questions or concerns? For debate, seeing none, all those in favor? Neil, you're good.
Yeah.
Carried 5-0. Move on to item 7.10, publishing council meeting highlights in local media.
We are on page 115, Mr. Reed, and this is a kind of a confirmation exercise. Originally publishing continuing highlights in local media was approved for a 6-month follow trial period. Go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Hernowski. So yes, so this originally was a trial process. So maybe giving a little bit more background of what is done in regards to council media highlights for communication to the public. In mid 2024, the communications department started coming up with some of the important highlights. There's as council is well aware, there's a number of items that could get put on a council agenda. Some of them are normal housekeeping type items. Some of them are more of higher interest to the public. So it started on social media, being able to just put 2 or 3 of the highlighted items that that individuals may have interest in. As well as every meeting, a detailed listing of all of the agenda items is sent to local media outlets with a little bit more information so that the local media can decide on whether they want to prepare some additional news stories for publication. Essentially, there are 2 very limited cost items as they're essentially labor only. In February 2024, council discussed the reach of the highlights, and at that point directed administration to also post the highlight documents once a month in the Lamont Leader. This was set up for a trial period of 6 months. Went a little bit longer than the trial period. As the Leader is not the only media outlet utilized by the residents of Lamont County, the advertisements have also been trialed with the Vegreville News as advertiser, as there was still some budget. So just as a little bit more information, there's a number of different media that cover Lamont County, and that includes the Fort Saskatchewan News Advertiser, or Fort Saskatchewan Record, Vegreville News Now, Country 107, Heartland News, which is Mix 106, CFCW, and other regional publications. So at this point, it is now bringing that back to council to decide if we want to continue the trial. There was money set aside for this. And however, there was a desire with the approval of the 2025 budget that there was going to be some reduction in that overall advertising cost of $16,500. So the recommendation that we have is that the Lamont County Council continue publishing highlights from the 2 council meetings monthly in the newspaper, in addition to social media and the website updates. However, if council chooses not to, on the bottom of page 116 is an alternative that the Lamont County Council discontinued the trial. And I'm available for questions. If council has any concerns.
These meeting highlights, when they're posted in the Leader, are they published as part of our in focus page?
No, they're a separate element.
So there's a separate cost.
That's true. That is correct. So that is one of the things that can be done, that there is space in the in focus that can be that section can be utilized to highlight these as well. And that would be a cost savings to the county.
And if you indicate there's some consideration to doing the same in the Vegreville advertising.
Yes, and so we've been doing a scaled down version in the Vegreville News Advertiser. We don't post the full page in focus in the news advertiser. And whereas the in focus is something for the Leader that we prepare and is a full advertisement. The news advertiser fits it in as they can in the different spots. They do more than they.
I think very well, as far as Lamont, it'd be nice if they went up to Britterheim. We, a lot of us don't get their paper.
You know, the period of time when the Canada Post wasn't that was on strike, they were utilizing our lobby for distribution of their papers as well. So yeah, it comes all the way up to Monty. It's very well read paper.
Yeah, this is something we want to continue with.
Yeah.
I think it's good transparency. I think maybe the advertiser would like to hear, or I'm not getting it, Councilor Whitus, and they can talk to the advertiser. But I think it's good exposure. I think it's good if it appears in both papers. And yeah, in addition to the social media and stuff, it kind of covers the whole gamut of trying to reach the public. Any other questions? I think it's a good idea. You want to make the motion? I move that Lamont County Council continue publishing highlights from 2 council meetings monthly in the newspaper, in addition to on social media and website updates. Okay, any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, and maybe we'll do the next one and then we'll recess 7-11 Council Coffee Talks proposed 2025 schedule.
This is taking a look at the beginning of the year at how we proceed with the coffee talk program. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hinsky. So yes, this is the beginning of the year. The Top Talks program was originally set up in 2024, and we were able to complete 4 different sessions. And you'll see on page 118 the different locations, as well as there's summaries that were posted on the website. We've also given that website address for council or the public if they're interested in looking at. So being that it's the beginning part of the year, administration is looking to set up the dates and start the advertising. These are just suggestions only for 5 sessions, 1 in each division, and nothing has been booked at this point. When we look at the dates, you will notice that they only go till May. This was intended that that the start of nomination for the elections is in September. We didn't want there to be any concern that it looked like administration or the current council was using these for electioneering. So that's why there's only a recommendation for 5 dates in 2025. There is, if council wants more, then that's fine, or if council wants to do this on an informal basis on their own, then that's I guess a decision the council can come up with. So this is brought forward here for some discussion. And so you'll see that our recommendation is to approve the 5 sessions and direct administration to start booking venues and proceeding with the advertising. So there was a discussion at the service board around using some of the barbecue sessions that the service board holds. However, there was no direction from the service board to proceed with combining those 2 programs. And just overall, just kind of as the background, the sessions are intended to be informal due to the small venues and not intended to be formal presentations on any specific topics. That said, gives the residents the ability to attend, have a coffee, ask their questions or voice concerns, in a manner that they're not being put up in front of a large crowd. So, it gives, that, essentially that time to be able to hear that feedback firsthand. And of course, administration's there to, capture any questions that may require follow-up afterwards. Not everything that's gonna be discussed requires follow-up. Sometimes it's just good information coming from the residents to a council member.
Hey, comments of council?
We've got it set up here for February 20th. That works okay for me. The only thing I request is that we do an evening.
Yeah.
That way there, people have time to get home, get chores done, have supper and still be able to make it to our meeting.
I agree, January 30th and the same thing, evening, during the day, people are working. They're hauling grain or whatever they're doing, so.
The job's gonna start in 2025.
January 30th looks good, like doing both.
Other comments? Is RMA only gonna be 3 days this year?
That's in March, isn't it?
March 17th, 18th, and 19th. So yeah, the 20th would work for me.
The 17th is family day as well, so yeah. perhaps-
No, that's February, it's family day.
Sorry.
The only thing is, I prefer to have mine in St. Michael. The Lamont meeting room does no.
Seems like it's more centralized for you.
That's within my meeting. That's what I was referring to yesterday, Christian. Location instead of the election, it was, it's this one.
Yeah, we can absolutely change that one to same.
Roy, you mind if I attend yours? Huh? You mind if I attend yours? It's at the bar.
And then these are open. I think the idea was that the Reeve or Deputy Reeve would definitely attend, but I think that, if any council member wants to attend, I think it's probably a good idea if we do, because then it shows a little bit of unity amongst us as councilors. So I think that would be a good idea.
I'm doing an invitation to all five to be there, so. Who shows?
Well, we're waiting for your last year.
Yeah, well, we had harvest and we had late fall and people are working, so. When the fall went. I got our combines come to coffee talks
Well, in my, we did,
and one person showed up.
yeah, one person, and that was from Division 5.
Yes.
Pre-authorize your credit card.
Yeah.
Great, good day for city. The Wednesday. When is Easter? Hey, you might be pushing that close to spring break. I'd like it a week earlier. 23rd. Dan, you wanna look at an earlier date for yours?
So later,
The later date?
yeah, May 29th is, do you go earlier? You have to, yeah.
Mid-June.
Maybe a question as to where we might have missed the boat from Adair, like, was it a short time frame or?
It was a short time frame, but there's also there. It's tough, you know, I've talked with people across the province and municipalities, and public engagement is very difficult, so. Sometimes when there's no controversy happening, people don't come, so. If you want good, high turnout, controversy does help. So,
Probably for us to create. You would advertise it maybe on their,
on their signs. And
on
so,
that signboard. that they
Yeah.
have, eh?
so, and that's part of setting them up a little bit, earlier in the year, it's. And we're gonna, this isn't necessarily where we need a lot of people. Some of the indication can be that things are going well in that area. So, and, we did hear a couple, it was interesting, we heard, in the one in Chittenden, we heard people say we should have it during the daytime because they work evenings. And some of the other ones we've heard it, when we held it during the day, then we should have it in the evening. So, we also heard one, actually, it might have been in the Montero one, that there was a local gathering that happens in another coffee shop, and they could, that they don't come to the senior center. So it's a little bit of, picking the right place and getting people to come over from their regular place if they do. So, whether it's evening or daytime, or it's this location or that location, it's all gonna be, specific on, and, do people want to get up and get out to that event? So, a little bit more advertising will help. But again, it's that, sometimes public engagement, even though we really want to do it, sometimes it's hard to get people out to those events, so.
Yeah, and I think probably the October 4th date, I can agree that if you want to attract a farm community, you probably shouldn't do it in the middle of spring or early middle fall. But ironically, Division 5 didn't have a coffee talks, but there wasn't anyone at Chipman, but I know there was 3 that attended in St. Michael. And I believe in Andrew, there was 3 or 4 that attended. 4 actually in Andrew, and in Adair there's 1, the only. So, it seems like Division 5 is interested in this outside of the farm community. So I think that it's important that we get one off the ground in their division there. So
That's why I want an evening. And as a matter of fact, whether it's the day Kudo resigned, there was 23 of us at coffee that morning, and I do go to 4 different places with residents, so maybe they're not advertised, but I've been covering my division really well. Meeting with people on a weekly basis, either once in Britterang, once in Lamont, and once at APs on Saturdays, so.
So, Dave, do you want to move yours to Dan?
Probably, I would take that June, maybe what? Someplace on the 10th or the 12th, I don't know what's the other calendar there. They had it here on the top, but they disappeared.
Probably the week of 12th is a Thursday, that's the day after your NASB meeting in town.
Yeah. I won't be around on the 12th because AIHA we're going to Prince Rupert. You could do it on Thursday and serve pancakes. And
Yeah.
turn on that.
Good.
June 12th is a Thursday.
Yeah. June 9th.
Well, you could do it on the 12th. I don't have to be there. That's the date you prefer.
I just thought I picked that date up, so it doesn't matter, the 9th is good. Yep. Better seating, so that should be okay.
All right, well, it gives administration, somebody gives us two
Yeah.
potential dates. Okay, any further discussion? Make the motion to approve the contract sessions for 2025 and have administration book venues and proceed with advertising.
Make a motion of the Lamont County Council to approve 5 coffee talk sessions for 2025 and direct administration to book venues and proceed with advertising.
Any further questions or concerns? Debate, seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah, I'm glad you even one though. Was there only?
No, I want to then.
Yeah, so my notes are that January 30th is in the evening, February 20th is in the evening, March 20th at St. Michael. Andrew, we can do during the day and under 10 days that,
It doesn't matter.
yeah, so.
St. Michael during the day also.
And St. Michael during the day. Okay. So yeah, we'll post we'll get the locations booked and then we'll get, more confirmation close to those dates.
Okay, we'll recess at 10:34 and reconvene at 10:45. Okay, we'll reconvene the January 14th, 2025 regular council meeting at 10:46 a.m. And we'll move to item 7.12, contract trucker insurance requirement.
Starting back on December 10th, there were some questions with regards to the requirements in our agreements with the contract raffle owners for insurance. There was some initial feedback provided in the questions, and Mr. Dietz and Mr. Whitcomb are here to provide information specifically received from our.
Yes, thank you. So back on December 10th, there was some concern about the fact that there was both commercial, general liability and standard automobile included with the $5 million limits. In your package on page 121 is where it says there's highlighted in blue insurance. This is what the contract specifically says. This is the wording that is currently in our contract that goes down all the way to the bottom of page 122. So the request from council was that administration contact our RMA insurance regarding that coverage to determine, is this standard and what should we be providing. So at the top of page 123, there was some information that they provided as to what the different types of coverage is, and what they provide. So the $5 million is the minimum limits that RMA is requested that we have in these contracts. And so just kind of walk through what the two types of insurance essentially through RMA are, and then the other one is workers' compensation. So workers' compensation is fairly standard. It's to cover medical and lost wages if a contractor's employee is injured. I think we're all very familiar with that. The other two, though, is the commercial general liability and the standard automobile coverage. So commercial general liability is to protect against third-party claims for other damages that can happen due to what is being hauled. So in this particular case, this is so that if something happens, so and an example of this might be, and this actually happened to the provincial contractor this last year. An example is, so say that their tailgate opens and the gravel ends up on the road. Not where it's supposed to be dumped, and somebody, possibly could hit it and get injured from it. That's where a commercial general liability portion would come into play. And the other part is the standard automobile coverage. So that is if the vehicle or the driver, while they're in the process of transporting the gravel, gets into an accident. So a gravel truck or hits another truck or another person's automobile. So those are essentially the two different types of coverage that they want us to have. So if we only have standard automobile coverage, then, if what they're hauling causes an accident, then we're not covered by that, or we're not covered by theirs. They wouldn't fall back to the county's insurance policy. So we asked is if we could, if we lower the requirements, what would be the concerns, and so the concerns is essentially that the risk is to fall back to the county and the county's insurance. Of course, if it falls to the county's insurance, then it's going to increase our future premiums because we are in a reciprocal insurance agreement with them. So the recommended motion, then this is coming from what RMA has asked, is that the recommendation of the Lamont County Council Director Administration to continue the use of the recommended insurance requirements of our main insurance for vendors in the contracted gravel program. Alternatively, though, if council is concerned about putting this insurance requirement on our contractors, then there's an alternative that county council can reduce the insurance for gravel contractors. However, there is no. That would be going against the insurer's recommendation, so we left that blank for council to make that choice if that is what is requested.
I thought, Harvey, you were gonna give us the different municipalities and what insurance they cover. I thought I had asked that.
We did go over that at the last meeting. There are of the 4 neighboring municipalities that we spoke to, one is at 2 million, looking to increase it. Strathcona County was the lowest, I believe, at 2 million. The other 3 are only at 5 million.
So the ones that are at 2, that's a total of 2, or
it's
5 plus 2?
It's 2 and 2.
2 and 2?
2 and 2. 3 are at 5 and 5, and Strathcona County, they got back to us just at 2 million. Generally, they didn't let us know what their auto requirements.
Likely to.
So 5 and 5 is 5 plus and 5.
No, so it's 5 million commercial, 5 million auto is what we require. As Mr. Boyko said, the commercial general liability covers instances in the gravel pit. If the truck driver accidentally releases their load on the highway and somebody hits and causes damage, that's when commercial would kick in. The auto is if they got into an accident. So it's different insurance for different situations.
Would be insured that when the load leaves your truck, you're not covered.
So yeah, the different types of insurance covers different situations. So that's why the RMA has recommended these levels of insurance requirements for our contractors.
In 2000, I went, switched my insurance from our company to ours, and when I was hauling in the county and anywhere else to go, what we got is your automotive package, your automotive insurance, $5 million. And that covers accidents and stuff with the truck, and then to get into the plants. And I had it when I was hauling in the county, you get a commercial pack. Online, it's about $4,300 for the automotive and about $2,200 for the commercial pack. And that lets you go into all the line site. So it's not a total of 10 million, it's 5 million, and you claim it whatever way it, whether you had an accident, tailgate opening, or you hit a wellhead inside the plant. They're not a combined $10 million, it's 5 million, and they go on either or sometimes both, but it's capped that. And then when you go to work somewhere to get you a certificate of insurance. The only thing different on that one is I got Carl for since in the 1990s, that's the kind of insurance we had with the emergency you have. But they they've got plant sites and stuff, so if any of these guys are regular, is it working like for Trevor or Cody or Guy Frost, they need this commercial pack. And it's something that I keep on the truck year round, so.
And that's what, on the bottom of page 122, that's the evidence of renewal.
Some of the confused ones, the guys thought they needed $10 million, and it's not, it's 5 million of commercial and 5 million of automotive, so. See, and on this commercial, when we bid a job for the county authorial, we had to add them on your county authorial box 10 additional insurance, so they wanted to be named on there, so there's a full page insurance company, and they do it every year from that. They've been doing it for the last 5-6 years, but I don't really need it, but they're still got them on there, and they get a copy, right?
The cost of the commercial ones,
So the truck one is about 4,300 with 3 trailers and a truck, and then the commercial is it's I'll tell you exactly, 4,319 was automotive, and 2,174 is the commercial package. And anybody, you go to work for anybody going into plant sites, you need this coverage, or they're not letting you in the plant site, the commercial package. So
Where you can't count, it's on for a year.
I've never tried to cancel it. I keep it year round because if they ever check you, if you go into a plant site and they check you, and you don't have it, you're in a lot of trouble, so. Because when they do orientation at a plant site, it's you're gonna have your compensation, and if you don't, then you're in big trouble, so.
$4,300.
For the automotive, and $2,174 for the commercial pack.
So other than the daily tripping. What else would a load of gravel cost? There's no damage.
It's covered here if you roll over onto a mechanical breakdown, so your truck breaks down the highway and somebody hits it, it's this covers you a little better, right?
It's essentially general liability, so the concern with insurance is now is that like an automobile insurance coverage is to cover an accident that happens. The rest of the commercial in general, the general liability is if the person or the company does something else. So say that person gets out of their truck, something happens at the pit. that's not gonna be covered by an automobile claim because it wasn't in their truck. Just like if you, on your homeowner personal policy, if your vehicle gets broken into and something gets stolen from outside of it, or from inside of it, that's not covered on your automobile policy, that's covered on your home policy. So anytime they leave the truck and they're not actively trucking, that, then any of the liability, so say the driver gets up, hurts somebody or gets hurt, doing something else, that's where that liability comes in, wreck something. It's, that's where that insurance covers it. So it's fairly standard now that insurance companies are limiting what their one policy can cover, because they don't.
But you have to, so in other words, now you have to have two policies. And it's gonna cost you $6,400.
It's a combined policy is what it is, but if they're a regular gravel hauler working other than the county, they need this to get into plant sites.
You can't get from the second one without having insurance.
So that is a package deal, and then the deed on there, I just got the new one from the girl, I emailed her this morning, it's exactly what you have there. Only the date is different on top, but it's, I still got 5 million, which is nowadays getting to be kind of on the low side. You go into the plant, tip over on some of their equipment, you could be in a lot of trouble. 5 million won't cover it.
So Ray, I think he brought up this issue initially here. It's an added cost to our contract hauler.
You have $6,300, $6,400 for a contractor to come and haul gravel for us, right?
Yeah, basically it's probably gonna be.
Yeah.
Attribute the whole 6,300. Nothing working for.
No, I'm just referring to the extra, because apparently we never required this last year.
These are the same requirements we've had since 2022.
Okay, where I was going is probably would have to come back to a future meeting, but does council want to look at our gravel rates? For hauling?
Well, the concern that was brought up to me is that when you add that second policy, you have to pay for it full, and you can't get reimbursed if you cancel it. So,
Prorated.
the county gravel haul used to be 2 months, and now it's going to be 5 weeks, because we're doing more with their own horses. The concern was, at some point, your expenses are creeping up and nothing else, like the gravel. And I brought that up last 2 years core book budget, and their rates haven't changed for what, 10 years? Well,
The last time council amended the gravel increase, if I remember correctly, would have been around 2015 or 2016.
The only thing that changes is what the fuel price. As the fuel price goes up and down, they get, so like the fuel goes up, they get covered for the fuel.
I realize that, it's just, their tires and repairs, the same we were in 2015. That's where the concern comes from.
Yeah, the Councilor Wise is correct, we do have fuel, the fuel rider on there, so the rate does change as the rack rate of diesel changes week to week. But our base rate has not changed in about 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, but we buy gravel trucks or trailers, we use the current, we don't budget 2015 prices, that's where I'm getting at.
But that's where I'm going with this, to buy a truck tractor in Bellingham. You're gonna look at new, you're looking at probably $350,000. And insurance obviously continually goes up. It's all dependent on your track record and stuff, so. I'm kind of the vein that I think it's a good idea to keep the $5 million, but I think. And I realize this is maybe a little off track here, but I think we do look at our gravel rates. If they haven't looked at it just about 10 years, I think it's something that. just because of the increased cost and inflation and everything else, right? We compensate for the fuel, but they gotta pay a higher price for the fuel. It's not really where they make extra money if the price of fuel goes up. It's just kind of cover your costs.
Public Works did do a review of our neighboring municipalities, and a few others, in 2020, early 2022. From what I recall, I think we were about middle of the pack. There's a few counties paying a little bit more, a few counties paying a little bit less. But if council has wished, to review the rates, we can look out to our neighboring municipalities and similar, size municipalities are paying for contract gravel hauling. We'll go back to council.
When is gravel haul supposedly gonna start?
We're anticipating, meeting with the contractors the first week of February, to start hauling the second week of February.
See what rates would be before.
Yeah, next meeting is on the 28th. So
If council does review the rates and just have to do the, amend the rates, council does have the right to prorate the rate back to January 1st, if that's okay.
Yeah.
You so choose.
You can make it retroactive, right?
Yeah.
It would be different than the salary or anything.
Obviously, with 2 weeks till the next council meeting, we may not be able to get information back for the next council meeting, so likely we'll have the information for February. But we will try and see if we can bring it back and if that's what council choose.
So what I would recommend council consider is we deal with this particular item that we're looking at regarding the insurance for contracted operators, and if council wants to look at the gravel rates for 2025 and make a separate motion for this administration.
But this is not throw our budget right now.
Our budget isn't finalized yet.
We're got more budgeted than the gravel's gonna cost to haul.
We approved the budget, that I guess I shouldn't say, yeah, it's not budgeted approved, but
It's not.
we can still make an adjustment.
Our last adjustments would be in April with the tax bill.
This is something we asked for the last, before I got on council, we were asking for the commercial part of it. We just, I don't know how many people had it.
Obviously, if it's been in effect for 2 or 3 years, they've had to have it for the last few years. Or should have had it.
We checked.
We do.
You do?
It is a requirement that they provide a copy of their certificate of insurance prior to hauling.
Then it was checked.
Okay, so is council of the opinion we continue with the insurance requirements?
Well, I think it's good. The property.
Somebody want to put the motion on the table?
Okay, that Lamont County Council direct administration to continue the use of the recommended insurance requirements of RSA insurance for vendors in the contract gravel program.
Questions or concerns? Debate, seeing none, all in favor? And is council interested in directing administration to remove the gravel rates? I don't think it's gonna affect us much anyway this year, since we were doing lots with the gravel hauling ourselves in-house right now.
But we're gonna be stockpiling, so it'll save on the water truck and the graders.
Yep.
we're not gonna notice any difference, because we're gonna save money.
We were doing it as a bigger asset. So.
Lamont County Direct Administration to review the gravel haul rates. 2025, I guess, 20 tons and on.
The discussion? Questions, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. 7.13, 4523 trailer replacements. Here we go.
Mr. Reed, this one doesn't really fit with the direction from council of bringing forward all fleet. However, the trailer being recommended in accordance with the approved budget and your procurement policy.
So, good morning, council. As Mr. Ternowski has said, we have in there a 2025 trailer request. We are looking to purchase. It is time sensitive, as this is a trailer that we utilize for hauling our small mulcher. So there's 3 quotes. There's proponent number 1, which is the cheapest, proponent number 2, and proponent number 3. And proponent number 1 is immediately available out of Sherwood Park versus having an order from Nishku or picking up a out of stock in their Crete.
Well, number one's got heavier axles and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, the proponent number 1 is the one that has the heaviest axles. They have 2 16,000-pound axles with 17.5-inch 16-ply tires versus the other ones have 2 10,000-pound or 2 12,500 pounds. So definitely we are more than capable of hauling our mulcher moving forward.
Well, are you able to haul your big mulcher on there?
No. There's not enough rubber underneath, and second of all, there's not enough horsepower in front, and the liability would definitely be a concern. We will continue to work with Public Works with hauling our big mulchers and our trackle.
Big mulchers are in the next 70 years.
Any other questions for Terry? Council prepared to go to the proponent 1. I can put that motion on the board that Lamont County Council approve the purchase of 1 2025 36-foot gooseneck highway trailer with hydraulic beaver tails from proponent number 1 for $48,409 plus tax under the 2025 capital equipment plan. Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried by 0.
I got a question from Terry Conrad. What are we trading off here?
That's the reduce that but it's not, they're not having.
They had a problem with swing breaking and count lifters in back. We'll talk about 4 times. That take it back up, spend with it.
Yeah, I guess so. I just wondered what the tricks, why are they,
With your back, those beaver tails are good.
no,
Yes.
714, Whitford Lake Drainage.
Number three, we bring it down, response to council fire directing that we request that the government will undertake a full drainage assessment of the Whitford Lake area on the Avery. And so these are here to provide you an indication of our findings and potential next steps.
So as council reviewed on the 25th of June, Whitford Lake originally encompassed a large area in the current boundaries across Range Road 163. Back in the 1920s, land around the lake was sold by the provincial government for hay production when lake levels were low. Throughout the decades following this, numerous drainage issues and works were undertaken by the county and the province of Alberta. These works culminated in a 1980s investigation with Whitford Creek, which is also with Smith licensed drainage channel at A Creek. Improvements were made to the area and lands were purchased by the provincial government as various natural areas and wild sanctuaries. Currently, while the max flooding area was defined by survey, not all lands encompassing the lake area were purchased by the province. As council is aware, Egg Creek discharges from Whitford Lake flows from the outlet of Whitford Lake located in the northwest 265616. As drone flights and field surveys have shown, the water is building up and crossing Range Road 163 near the inlet from Whitford Creek. It's still not outflowing into Egg Creek. The maintenance of Egg Creek is responsibility of the province through Alberta Environment Protected Areas Branch. So as directed by council back on June 25th, administration met with had discussions with Alberta Environment Protected Areas in regards to potential upgrades to Egg Creek. From this discussion, administration has learned that environment will require a number of things for the county to proceed with improvements to Egg Creek or the area around Whitford Lake. These requirements are a design detail stamped by an engineer, hydrological study identifying any impact to the lake, a wetland assessment if any wetlands are being impacted, and any public lands authorization that would be required. Staff from Alberta Environment Protected Areas did inform us that they do not have any funding to undertake any design improvement work, so that any work would be the responsibility of the county. Administration has also have conducted preliminary meetings with staff from the Water Infrastructure Operations Branch of Alberta Environment to see if any maintenance within their scope could be completed. And from this initial meeting, AEDA staff and Lamont County staff will undertake a joint site investigation in the spring, determine what potential improvements to the water levels in and around Whitford Lake could be undertaken. So at this time, council's direction was to direct administration to request the government of Alberta undertake a flood and drainage assessment of Whitford Lake and along Egg Creek. Their response is they do not have the funding to do this. So what we're asking is the council to direct administration to continue working with Alberta Environment Protected Areas to investigate local area drainage around Whitford Lake and report back to council.
Well, it seems that it's not a concern of government to.
I wouldn't say it's not a concern of Alberta Environment. The direction of Alberta Environment, they will have a program designed to do improvements like this. So if the county wants to, the message we received is if the county wants to undertake any improvements, then the county would be responsible for putting the bill. Alberta Environment would be involved. Any improvements to wetlands or drainage channels would require approvals, which Alberta Environment would have to authorize. But essentially, the county would be required to design the work, ensure it's not going to have any impacts upstream and downstream, undertaking and pay for it.
But you have to have approval from environment first.
In order to do any improvements outside of existing authorization, you need an approval. So we would do an authorization under the Public Lands Act, if we're working on public lands. If we're looking to, lower the outlet, from Whitford Lake, and the natural high water level would be lowered, then that would require a, approval under the Water Act. Any work in Whitford City under existing license does not require a license or an approval because it falls under existing approval. So going in and clearing debris, anything that's unnatural from the original design, that falls under the existing approval. Unfortunately, our license does not end in the lake, it ends about half a mile upstream of the inlet next to the lake.
The only solution is not to do any maintenance on the spit Whitford from Dare to, since we don't have an exit from Whitford Lake, don't bring the surplus water in.
That is one option council can consider is not doing anything further. Whitford, as it stands now, the maintenance of Whitford Lake is under the direction of Alberta Environment, and they don't have any plans to do anything. There's been studies, but there's been multiple parties at the table back in starting in the 20s through all the way up to the 80s, and there was never an agreement of what to do and who was going to do it.
Do you leave everything else it is?
Council made that is one option council can consider.
The water comes all the way from south of Mundare, all the way to Whitford, and then it goes all the way north to, so it's one of our major.
It doesn't.
But I mean, so we got a bottleneck at, we got a stopping at Whitford, needs to go in there and exit there and continue on. And it does the whole east side of the county from Mundare all the way down to the river, right? And there's other streams that join it.
So based on our initial drone surveys, we couldn't find any natural or man-made blockages at the outlet. It's one of those locations where it's very flat, so any little increase in elevation height is going to block it on the water. So administration is recommending that we continue investigating with staff from water infrastructure operations. They're the ones that are in there maintaining the beavers outside of our drainage areas. So we anticipate to meet with them in late March or the April, after the snow starts to melt, we can see what the water's doing. It would take just staff time. We're not looking to bring in engineers or do any third-party surveying. Just find out what the water levels are doing and what could potentially be blocking water from leaving Whitford Lake.
But I thought we were presented with a report that, and I believe it would probably come from Alberta Environment, that the level of Woodford Lake had to be left at a certain level.
There was one report, it had recommended, I think that 3 recommended alternatives for the levels, and it had expected impact to what would happen if it was at this site, if it was at this site, if it was this site. And because Whitford Lake is so flat and there's not a big elevation change around it, the higher you go, the wider exponentially it gets wider. So it's holding a lot of water, so you're only going up maybe 10 centimeters.
Which is resulting in the overlap flooding we're contending with right now.
Probably that's what comes into the end of our, you said it goes up to the edge of the lake?
It goes up to the survey edge of the lake, but it doesn't go up to what you would consider the edge of the lake because the water level's been down for so many years. So there is a long, it's probably about half a mile where you could consider that, if you were just looking at it, not knowing where the survey boundaries of the lake were, that, you could extend in there, but when the approval was made for the spit, My understanding is they went up to the survey boundary of it.
Okay, it was probably wet at the time, but from that, the exit of Swift. And the entrance of the drainage go to, is that Cucumber, the what's it called?
Egg.
So how far is it from the exit at the edge of the lake from the Swift to the beginning of the egg lake that goes north?
From the outlet that we found, that would be the most appropriate outlet, going directly due west to Egg Creek at range of 163. That's just a little over half of them, right around the half mile.
Would the environment let us make a ditch?
Environment would consider it. Obviously, we would need detailed designs, we need hydrological study. And we would have to identify what our proposed high water level of the lake would be.
Cause a half mile of ditching, let's say even a mile of ditching and they like a canal like they do in southern Alberta, they allow down there, so we're same kind of ratepayers. It would take water right the whole east side of the whole county then, right up to the river from under there.
But this is not anybody else? No?
I don't think there'd be any landowner flooding concerns. But we would want to ensure that the downstream culverts and bridge culverts are sized appropriately to handle an influx of water like that. And I believe there is some ditching along range of 163 that might have to be done. There is some high points that we found. There might be an issue with the culverts under the old railroad.
Yeah,
Right in town.
just east of town.
Just, yeah.
They, in 2018, when we had the floods, the Alberta government came in and did from 163 to the river. They did culvert upgrades and creek bed upgrades. They upgraded all the culverts to, they're over 6-foot culverts, each one of those approaches, they're all through Malenkus, past Silwich Church there. They're all the way north right to the river. They did a full upgrade. And anticipating the lake was gonna be really high. I think you came for a ride in the Argo, it's when we went and looked at one time. If we were to open up from where, I'm gonna use people's names because I don't know what property number they are,
Yeah.
but like from where Sonor's end there and it goes to the lake. That half mile that is not registered after that, if that was to be opened up. Without upgrading from the outlet to 163 to Egg Creek, you're gonna flood the rest of that acreage. The Mennonites are living there and across the road, you'll flood 163 out without opening that north portion of the lake up. And I can't remember what the elevation of the water has to be at. But it has to be kept at a certain level because of output. To that creek. Pressure. Yeah, and hydraulic pressure, it really affects the hydraulic pressure to the west of 163. And I think that's 564, isn't it? It has something to do with the town and the water pressure that's in that area.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
There's
it goes all the way to down the pit, that whole area.
Lost up all that water.
Yeah,
Before we spend any money on engineering there to study the water there, if you went to the Alberta government and asked. For like, permit, what the chances would be to get permission to make that, through, half mile to a mile of canal, whatever. Before we spend any money on engineering, would they, tell us if we're
We did.
kicking a dead cat or if we got a chance?
We did actually ask them that question, not to the person that would make approval, but the ones that would make the recommendation to the approval. And they said they would not make a decision until they had information from them to review.
So we'd have to spend money on engineering before they would.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They put it involved in your courts.
but you pay for it, because it's in your court, and then usually, a lot of the times they don't approve it because of the animal, they find species and they get.
I recall that. Isn't that a bird sanctuary?
That's south. Is it south of us? Is it in that borderland south of the
516.
Yeah, I don't, the
Well,
answer is, it took us, what, 2 years to get approval to go and clean the creek with the mulcher, just take the dead grass and stuff, south of 562, so.
Well, and then you still like, yeah, to dig a trench would probably solve the problem, but Alberta's environment's gonna want us to maintain a certain level of that lake as per what Aaron is thinking, right? That you gotta have your,
That's the whole problem.
well, maybe just keep working with them and we'll see what we.
That's what suggestion makes you with the. Yeah, our recommended motion is only going to affect staff time. It's not going to incur any engineering or survey costs.
They're talking all east side of the county.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? I don't know, just, I guess. Kind of sort of status quo, right?
Information.
Continue working with the AP. And until we get the next big melt or flood.
Yeah, I don't think we keep it as information, this we hear, at least if we keep coming back to council meetings, we're gonna. At least we know we're being on top of it, monitoring it to hopefully rectify the issue.
Yeah.
Maybe a call to the MLA that we haven't seen in a while would be in order, maybe. It'll be okay. I don't, that's, I don't know, off subject, but when's the last time you seen her in the central east part of the county?
Anyway, somebody prepared to make the recommended motion?
Yeah, I vote that Lamont County Council direct administration to continue working with Alberta Environment Protected Areas to investigate local area drainage around Whitford Lake and report back to council at future council meeting.
Any further questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, Darby. 7.15, award of rush to smart tender. That's the.
Mr. Reed, page 129, given that this is a piece of rolling fleet, we're bringing it for you, for approval, and of course with the procurement policy. The requirement of the policy is 3 quotes.
Thanks, sir. In front of you, I have a request for decision for approval of the cabin chassis portion of our brush truck replacement. We reached out to multiple local vendors for some pricing. As you can see, we received 3 prices from 2 different vendors. We're looking to purchase a 1-ton extended cabin chassis for the bill for the replacement of our existing brush trucks. The trucks presented to you in the price quotes are consistent with our specs required as a 4-wheel drive 1-ton extended cab pickups. On this purchase, we're looking at just doing the cabin chassis as we will build the deck and the skid as part of the complete replacement. Any questions I can answer for council?
Are we going with diesel or with gas?
Yes.
There's a quick price difference between A and B.
Correct.
think the other ones.
One is from company A, one is from company B.
That company A isn't that open, we're having trouble getting parts for, is it?
Not sure what you're referencing.
Dodge, can't get parts for them. They break down, park them by the fence for 2 years till you get a distributor's app for it. They're not having any luck with them.
It was company B, 84,000 and 89,000. Is there a difference in the walls or?
Yeah, just with the accessories
Oh, okay.
within, their price number one from company B is their truck standard rubber floors. Framed windows, which is what our standard builds have been.
Yeah.
Company C still hasn't got back.
No, they told us they would have it pricing by the end of business, in December 22nd. And we followed up twice and they never submitted a final quote.
Did they say what year? It's just
25. Oh, sorry. Model year.
You got all 2025?
Correct, yeah,
The price of trucks has been coming down.
yeah. That's almost $20,000 lower than the 1-ton cab chassis or 1-ton we bought last year. That was a full truck, not just cab chassis. So there's a little bit savings just going cab chassis, and it's actually cheaper to buy an extended cab with the model year than a single cab.
Yeah, it's like that, I think I was.
Yeah.
Is that a V10 in there or is that a V8?
8.
Back zone for what we're gonna use it for. Seems that company A would be the.
Then you have to look at the. We don't have any company A vehicles, do we? I don't know.
We have,
Yes. Yeah, under the pros and cons, it's consistent with our fleet.
we got some coins to it.
Yes,
You don't have problems with them.
no. They've been, that's why I said we've had some previous success with them and they were cost effective.
Yeah.
Okay, we're okay with company A. We entertain a motion.
Make a motion that the Montreal Council Direct Administration clear the cab and chassis from company A for the price of $66,054.
Questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Item 7.16, follow action reports. Seem to have lost the cover page again. We continue to have gremlins. I don't know how many of you noticed, but we had 2 copies of shipment amending agreement earlier. In any case, we have our follow-up action list, which shows 35 different items, but a much smaller number, somewhere in the order of 10 to 12. For kind of ongoing or in progress. Happy to answer the question. That's number of call.
I got one for number 27. I got approached by Mr. Akins this week at a volleyball tournament. Things just said that he hasn't heard any progress or hasn't had any contact.
I have tried reaching out to him, a few times. I haven't received phone calls from him. I continue to reach him. Unfortunately, just leave messages about it, so I'm not sure whether, the number I have has his voicemail message on it.
Okay.
For number 29.
That's the one we discussed already. Wait, when that creek, swift backs up, does it flood one there? If the water is held up in the swift drainage, is that one that goes through the town of Mundare?
Yeah.
Is it back up and flood, like Matuks that way on the east side of town?
Yeah.
The west side of town?
And the golf course.
The golf.
Yeah.
So maybe that would give us some ammo going to the Alberta government. Just, I thought it was nice to hear after. If it floods Mundare out, if it backs up.
You have questions?
The truck bill at, I can't find the number here, I can't find it here, the truck bill at, for the 4-inch pump. Are we making out?
So we had some setbacks with, the design, so we are continuing that, capital project. In 2025, we've gone back to the original engineering firm that designed the truck bill, to ensure that when we install the new pump, that we're not going to have issues, with the structure itself.
I think used to all really good, I don't know what happened there, but we've been having trouble with that fill station, they're doing for the pipelines and. They're leaving the 4-inch elbows pointing east or west. Instead of down, and the next guy comes and he can't reach it, and then we got on the 2-inch, we got hydrovats. Loading water bottom fill, and they got metal tanks, and then it goes back. They're contaminating our 2-inch line there, so. I've been every time we get a call, I've been letting the operator know, and her hands are tied already, and it's to the point people have been taking pictures, they said they're gonna go to the board, and that won't be good.
Yeah, so in regards to the larger bill, when those back trucks are coming in, they're having to lift the hose up to get it underneath, put it down. But when they're leaving, they're not putting it down, so we have had multiple conversations with them, and we have basically threatened them that we may limit their access to the truck bill if it continues. The last week is that we haven't had any more reports of it happening, we haven't seen it. So hopefully we've threatened them enough. In regards to filling from the 2-inch, we did confirm with those haulers that were identified. They do have an air gap built into their trucks. That they do a bottom fill and then it goes up in the tank with an air gap. So we still are meeting the requirements and have an air gap when we fill.
But that 4 inches, some of their water trucks with the 16 cube tanks is still already tandem. Their guardrails are too high, and I leaves it, and it happened just a couple days ago. I can there's the one truck still in, so.
Why do these other truck fills have problems that we have? You know, they scrap the whole issue, the whole thing, and start from scratch. Whoever built it at the time that they did, Jim Baldwin offered them, he's the one that designed the chipments. And he never had a problem with chipment ever. And he offered them to help them out with design, same design that they had there. But of course, the county knows better. So they never took it.
Well,
And that's the junk that they have.
well, but and that's true, because Jim, if they could have done like in Chipman, because we were second.
Yeah.
But then even now with that 4-inch pump used to put out good, so I don't know what they changed inside. The plumbing, everything's the same, so what did they do to it that it's half the speed it used to be?
You know, we did look into it last year, our pressures were up. I did find out this morning, Our pressures were down yesterday, so we're talking to our telematics firm that handles our digital side of it. We're also talking to our contract operator to find out if they may have changed anything. From what we found last year, the pressures were up. There's no lower pressure on the truck roll than it was on the distribution side of the system. Hopefully by installing a designated pump to truck fills, then we won't have pressure issues going forward.
Yeah, my question is, when they built the thing, it was quick. It loaded past 4-inch, and then all of a sudden, it's half the speed, so. The equipment never changed in there, so what did somebody? I know it's before you got here, but what did somebody do?
From what I can find, I can't see anything that was changed from the records we have.
I have a question on item number 4. If we did get any legal opinion, I've gotten a couple of phone calls about the drone being used. I don't want to open Pandora's box today, but there are some files with the RCMP now that some people have taken their concerns with.
So we don't have a legal opinion back yet, but I did find out that the federal government is looking to make some changes to the rules. I've heard as early as the end of Q3 2025. Not sure what all changes are going to be coming. What I've read into it is it may lessen the requirements on the drone operator for having to file flight pass for where you don't have line of sight. But they've been very vague on what rules are being changed, and if they're going to be coming into effect in 2025, if they would come into effect in 2026. We will hopefully have an answer from the council here from our legal provider on what the rules are.
718. It's coming.
Oh, that
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure the concern with the drones is everything to a phone call also. I don't think it's with the federal aviation rules or whatever, it's stems from what people are considering an invasion of their privacy.
I think what we're doing is bringing you what the parameters that exist today are. And if it's council's desire that we pursue developing a policy that guides how Lamont County uses drones, then that'll be council's priority.
It's coming up in 718.
All right, anything else?
Nope.
If not, I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item request for January 14th, 2025 as the information. Any further questions or concerns? Debate, seeing none, all those in favor? And good.
Yeah.
5-0.
You want to put a motion?
Okay, we'll move on to 717. Process water line, Neil.
On, just a second here. Between Christmas and New Year's and between now and our Christmas break, I've been getting lots of phone calls from people that live along 201 regarding the meeting that was held on October 24th at a neighbor's place. There was 2 families, 2 people from the environment CEO and somebody from Public Works. And presented to them was a big thick report on the water line going down the center of the road 201. So on the 25th, I got a call from them asking what we're up to, how are you gonna do it? There's big rocks in that road, there's trees. And I told them that's the first I heard of it, which it was the first I heard of it. They dropped off a copy of the report, it's pretty thick. And they brought it up to council here, and we rest assured that it's, $1 million a mile at least to rebuild a gravel road, and if you take, a road allowance of, 3 acres at 3 acres per quarter, it's only 138,000, if you take 3 acres per quarter, it'd be 6 acres, that'd be a 49.15 foot right away. It's 138,000 a mile, so I told them that if there's no way we put it in a road and spend $1 million a mile building a road. And I know that road is made out of north of Highway 45, it's big rocks. South of 45, it's got big trees in it. In the meantime, there's copies of that being dropped off as early as last week at families' places, and I'm getting blasted for something that I never give. I didn't even know to hand it out. It was never presented to us. And people are mad, they don't know, and like I told them, it's 138,000 for at 23,000 an acre to buy 3 acres per half mile, so it's 49 foot right away. It's a quarter the price of whatever it costs to build the road plus the pipeline, probably be cheaper because you got room.
So we met with people who issued statements of concern to the notification that was placed in the newspaper on the 28th of February. We only met with the people who have issued statements of concern. And we're doing that in accordance with the application that we've made to the province for the water license. The construction of the pipeline was dealt with at a conceptual level in what amounts to a conceptual design, which is the document that those folks have received. We are working through with, I think you could call it 3 families who have issued statements of concern. And at the point where we've dealt with them, it's our intention to go more broadly in terms of consulting with the community, like once we have our preliminary certificate. One of the things that we are providing to the issuers of the statements of concern is an indication that the conceptual design is only that, just a conceptual design. It may be that as we go into a detailed design, that what you're proposing to be a likely less costly alternative of putting it within the road right away, but not in the road, would emerge as the solution. So anything for that?
Only that the documents that were presented or discussed, one is the detailed design documents that was a requirement of our application for approval of the intake. As part of that application, we had to show one, where we were going to get the water, and where we were needing the water and how we were going to get it there. So we had a detailed design for the intake, but as Mr. Chairman, we see that in the conceptual design showing roughly where the water is going to go. There's been no confirmation that the pipeline is going to go in the road, just outside the right of way or a half mile into the neighboring property. We just had to show how it was going to get into the Heartland area east of Burger Hut. So it was I think 6 or 7 pages of a general layout of elevation of the road showing the pipeline. Because without buying the land, we couldn't say it was going to go on private land. So we showed it was on land that was owned by Lamont County. But as Mr. Douglas said, there's been no decisions made on where that pipeline is going exactly. And as we move forward with the project, it will be decided by council if you want to purchase land and move that out of the right of way.
Probably I presented it to them and council knew nothing about it. So when they phoned the next day and I said, I know nothing about it, which I didn't. And they, well, how would you not know? And I brought it up to council, none of us do. And, now they, they revved up a 76-year-old man. I was in a doctor's appointment, and I got out, and a neighbor called, said, you better give this other guy a call, 'cause he's on his way to the county, and he might have a heart attack. And I phoned him, and I spent 2 hours with him on the phone. He was revved up, and I explained to him. I said, I'm a $1 million a mile below the road, and I said, at 33,000 an acre, 3 acre, 49 feet, I said, do the math, I would. It's not a city street. And north of the highway, there's rocks in there the size of Volkswagens and trees, you'll never get a pipeline in there, you know.
Yeah, in order to proceed with our application for the intake approval, we had to mark the check boxes. So our high level preliminary design showing it going along Range Road 201 was just to check that box on the application. As we've had discussions with the issues and statement of concern, we've reiterated that to them, that this is conceptual only. As we move forward with detailed design, we'll get more information.
Well, they thought that it was presented to council, and council kind of approved it, and you guys went door to door with it, or one door. And there's definitely nothing I would vote on is putting the pipeline in the road.
Well, we discussed it in very general terms. The report that they're referencing is the preliminary design work that was completed on our behalf by the Heartland Association.
Yeah, and I believe this report was brought up by one of the ratepayers, the Avenue Coffee House. And it was discussed, and they were advised that it was only a conceptual report. I guess maybe in simpler terms, it's a draft document. It's not an official document. I think from council's perspective, I think in general terms, the general assumption is that water line will be going along the Range Road, but up to this point, the final decision is going to be made by council, and nothing's been presented to council. And I believe at the last meeting, we decided to engage an engineer, or I'm not sure what the term is. Yeah. At which time, before this thing really proceeds, it's basically going to be well engineered, and it's going to have council stamp of approval, and that's probably a little ways down the line here. The first step we have to get is a preliminary water license, and in order to do that, we have to deal with the statements of concerns that are out there, and that's the next stage we're at. After that, we get the preliminary license, and then after that, we design the intake is designed. There's funding available from the through a grant to build that intake, and that's going to be the extent of it till we get the first off taker for water, at which point it'll determine when we need a line there. Up until then, it's kind of a mute point at this point.
And that's exactly what I told them. But they're and they're coming back, and exact words is the tail wagging the dog. Is it how come you guys didn't know nothing about it? Which we didn't. Well, presentations were in a row, like that's one thing I would have voted not to.
We knew about that conceptual design way back when I had their coffee talks.
Yeah, that was after October 24th. The meeting was on October 24th. And on the 25th is when I got the first call, and then now they're still making copies and handing it out. Another guy on 21, a 76-year-old man got it, and we got it read up, and I don't blame him. I talked to him for 2 hours, telling him we think I'd approve, I'd vote to rebuild that mile road in $1 million top circle with 138,000 for a mile of 30-foot right away. So.
Well, at this point, council hasn't approved it, so what else can you tell me? It's up to the people to accept that answer. Anything else?
Not on that.
Okay, entertain a motion to accept the processed water line as information.
The Lamont County Council. That the Lamont County Council will accept the processed water intern as information.
Questions or concerns? Debate, seeing none, all those in favor? Was carried. And we'll do 718.
Yeah, does ever come from planning development or?
If she's listening. We don't really have anything further, it's gonna be single day, we be bringing a report forward. Likely to the next meeting, and not received the whole thing yet.
Okay, the problem with, we ran into a problem with the drone and with pictures and movies being taken. And they weren't presented to us because a mistake was made, maybe a mistake was made, we'll see when we get a legal opinion, which I'm okay with, and I'm sure the people, yards, there's 3 yards that I've gotten calls from that had the drone flying over their yard. The problem that they have right now is operator of the drone has pictures and movies on his computer. And for some reason, he's showing staff that is not part of the planning and development videos and pictures. And explaining, we had one place with a boundary issue and we had one place with maybe some permits or whatever, 3 places with permits. The operator, there's 3 different staff members that have called me and said that they've seen the videos and stuff. And the people that seen it have gotten a hold of the people whose pictures were taken, and that's why you probably heard today that it went to the RCMP. A mistake was made, shut the computer off, do what you gotta do, not advertising to other staff members that have nothing to do with planning.
I'm not sure what you're referencing when you say in the states.
No, the mistake of taking pictures without people knowing, you can fly a drone, you can't take pictures or videos without them knowing on their private property with them in it. That's what we were told why the pictures weren't presented to us, and then, which is okay, right? But now the staff member showed it to 3 other people there, which it's none of their business. It's actually not even his business. It was done for the planning and development, and planning and development is looking after it properly. They put whatever, they're getting legal advice and they stopped it, but
Well, what is urban advises that, as far as choosing will and community people do that, so I'll ask you to leave that with me. We'll explain it for you.
it's got to do that right there is that these staff members that come out and said they've seen it, and what is it any of their business? One is the property line, one is, or 3 are for permitting.
That's a whole section.
It was an enforcement matter. You don't want a closed session. I'm not sure how this information's up there.
There's three staff members that have nothing to do with planning development that have seen it, got a hold of, the other people here, you guys, so. That computer should have been shut, give it to planning development and then see what legal does, and they can dispose of it or use it, so. It's not planning development that's at fault either.
There was a open session, drones, the Lamont County Council recommend seeking a legal opinion to call drones over private yard sites.
Yeah, that was.
I said about 15 years.
According to Darby, we're still waiting for the legal opinion.
Correct.
Okay, they should go and video it out of staff members like. People within this. And again, it's not planning and development showing, so.
As I indicated, please leave it with one look into it. Okay.
It is for now, accept as information. Or do you want to? We're still waiting.
So, yeah.
Then Peter, you'll.
Yep.
Do a little bit of investigation here.
Most of the county council set report and the drawings for information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, it's 12:04, think we'll recess for lunch. Reconvene.
You put minutes on that, but. Tell me to go.
Well, I don't reconvene at lunch. I didn't want to bring it over. Okay. All right, welcome back, council. I'll reconvene the January 14th, 2025 regular council meeting at 12:56 p.m. As indicated when we approved the agenda this morning, in order to accommodate the Deputy Reeves medical appointment, we will be having our closed session right after lunch here. So I will entertain a motion that council moves into a closed session.
That Lamont County Council move into January 2014-25 regular council meeting into closed session at 12:57 p.m.
And that's to discuss an employment matter. And
Yeah,
I'm sure that would be section 19.
under section, okay. Additional employment matter point at section 19.
Thank you, Deputy Reed. All those in favor? It's carried 5-0.
One moment, I will turn the recording off and we'll get into the room.
She did. There we go. There. All right, welcome back to the January 14th, 2025 regular council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we do have a motion to make here, Christiane. And it should read that Lamont County Council Director Reed to take follow-up action as discussed in closed session. Yeah, you can add Deputy Reed in there, Christiane.
Please, so I want to put the motion on the table.
Yeah, I move that the Lamont County Council direct Reeve David Duke and Deputy Reeve Daniel Morrow to take follow-up action on the employment matter as discussed in closed meeting.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, I guess we are on to item number 8 of the agenda. Committee of the Whole, 8.1, Lamont County Council Community Sponsorship Policy.
We are on page 138. Yes, it's very unique.
Oh, sorry.
I'll make a motion on the Lamont County Council move the January 14th, 2025 regular council meeting into committee of the whole meeting at 2:03 p.m.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
No.
Carried 5-0.
So Mr. Reed, as council's aware, we have a community service and grant program, which primarily dealt with community halls and transportation grants. And over the course of the past year, we've seen a number of requests for sponsorship. And the single policy did not really deal with the two types of requests optimally. So Ms. Rivera was here to in essence present two draft policies that would replace the one that we currently have. So 8.1 is currently technically in the community halls and transportation grants policy, and this would serve to separate them so that both streams could be dealt with through the policy. Sorry.
Hello, we're going on this day.
Good afternoon, council. Before you essentially, there are two policies. The first one being the community sponsorship policy. So in 2023, Lamont County Council passed and put into place a policy to deal with giving money out to primarily our community halls, the senior transportation committee, and also some ad hoc nonprofits and charitable organizations that function providing services to our ratepayers. What we found is that original policy was did serve its purpose quite well to streamline the process for our community halls and our senior transportation committee. However, it did not appropriately serve all of the other smaller organizations coming to you throughout the year looking for sponsorships, namely usually primarily for community events, things like that, of smaller monetary value. So rather than having them shoved under one umbrella, under the one grant, what we propose is two individual policies. This one, the first one, is for sponsorships. So these are all the smaller asks throughout the year from nonprofit organizations that are coming to ask for a monetary value, usually under $500, and usually for things like events, but also allows for projects, programs, services. It's very broad to provide Lamont County Council with the ability to use your judgment on a case-by-case basis, how much to allocate and how much to approve for what projects you deem appropriate. So the individuals applying for this also do not have to come within a call for proposals process. This allows for flexibility because what we find from feedback from organizations is, as we know from many of us that serve on volunteer committees. A lot of times we don't know what our event is going to be in September at the end of February. That's unreasonable, right? So if we are going to request sponsorships, usually that's done about 2 to 3 months before the actual event comes. This allows for those community organizations to have a bit more flexibility. It also allows for them not to have to use the lengthy application process or reporting process, because ultimately what we were finding is 90% of the time they didn't. What they would do is utilize a letter, fan it out to all organizations within the area, and hope for some feedback and support. So the community sponsorship policy is intended for those smaller amounts. It does not require a report for anything under 500, and it allows for individuals from those agencies to submit letters requesting sponsorship, as long as they have the pertinent information outlined in the policy. They're forwarded to council for review and approval.
Because say there's what, there's 2 types of grants.
Well,
Yes,
what
what
we'd like to do is separate sponsorships from grants. So grants is one thing, sponsorships is another thing.
Do you have a limit of funds?
We have a budgeted amount, that is usually, estimated based on prior years, and anticipated asks, and that's done by the CFO. And he also requests input from the various departments on what we think that would be. The last 3 years in a row, we have come under budget. It is also when these monetary requests come to council, at each step of the way, council will be provided the awareness of where we're at in the budget and how much we've expended. So that can be put into your decision as part of your information for an educated.
With the first come, first served?
First come, first served.
Okay, so, and there's a limit of $500.
The budget or the policy for sponsorship does not limit council's ability to give more. What it does say is that if they're going to have over $500, they need to have a reporting process. And the reporting process is part of the procedure.
Most of them are 100, 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know this is where I'm going at it. I know this is what has been. But if you come out with a $500, like everybody's gonna come with the $500, and how much money do we have to give for that?
Yeah, no, the policy itself does not put a number on the request. It says that for monitoring requests under 500, we don't require reporting. Anything over 500, we're asking for reporting. How much they ask for and how much council chooses to give them is not part of the policy. That is in your court. There is no constraints on that. That's at your perspective. Yeah.
Did we maybe oversee something when we brought in 3250? Because when we had 3112.22. I mean, we've been working under the premise that sponsorship was totally different than grants. Because we even in the last few months, we made a couple of sponsorships. To the Ag Society in Andrew, and there was something else. That were under sponsorship only, so.
There is confusion
Yeah.
within the previous policy, which was one of the reasons why we suggested the revision from the division. We had some individuals applying under the policy that really weren't grants. They probably should have been sponsorships. And we had other individuals with larger amounts coming to council independently throughout the year and not following the process.
Okay.
So this clarifies that.
Okay, because that's when we had, like, we used to get each one of our recreational committees would come in and we had a $2,000 grant. Because that's where we were giving each one of the ag societies and everything, we all got $2,000. Then they would come in and ask us to sponsor their event. So then we would also sponsor certain amounts of different events. I thought that was all. I thought they were totally separate, I just making sure that we didn't bring in 3250 and amalgamate it.
No, what this ultimately does is it clarifies the practices that you are already engaging in.
Okay.
Ultimately, so that there's no confusion and best practices align with policy.
Good.
Yeah.
So there's no. When I read this the other night. When I read this the other night. If anybody over the $500 for a sponsor, they still have to go through and fill out a different form though, right?
They don't have to apply with a different form for sponsorship. They will require a report, a financial report afterwards. It is in council's, it's
Yeah.
up to your discretion what you want to sponsor for. Yeah,
Okay, well, cause there's just some of them that come in with $250 or they come in with $1,000 or $1,500.
exactly.
Making sure that we didn't have a cap where they have to start reporting.
There is no cap listed in the policy. It's just a reporting cap, not a decision one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they ask for $750,
Then they have to submit the report as per the process under the policy.
as it is now,
Under a sponsorship,
Yeah.
technically, this is one of those areas under the old grant or the old policy. Under the old policy, if you considered that a grant, they would require reporting. If you consider it as for sponsorship, it doesn't require reporting. Yet technically, anything for 500, we should be collecting reporting on. There was some gray area there.
Yeah.
We couldn't lump it all into one grant process. But at the same time, that threshold of 500 is one that we kind of look at to try and have some financial reporting on anything over and above that.
how many 500s did we have?
Yeah, it is a handful, like this isn't, I mean, obviously, you're the ones that receive the sponsorship requests. And they can come in any number, they can come in $200, $2,000, and it's at your discretion what you choose to award them. And that does not, those decisions are not pigeonholed by the policy. It is simply guidance and a request for some financial reports, anything over $500 to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to track our sponsorships. But at the same time, allows for that flexibility for the smaller requests to come in. So, and it's at your discretion if an individual asks for 500 and you grant them 3 or 7. That's still within the decision of
That's to
council.
us, okay.
That's to you.
Thank you.
There.
Is this, is this part of the hall one, the 2,000?
The sponsorship, the first policy is removed from the hall grant. So the second policy after community sponsorship is the Lamont County Community Health and Transportation Grant. We have not amended the process for that. So it will be the same this year. This policy is simply what's left after remove and clarify sponsorships. The community halls is the exact same as it was last year. So we will be putting a call out and doing some awareness campaigning in March. Individuals and organizations will have until June to apply. It will come before council for decision, and then the grants will be billed out in September.
This historically, I think we just used to kind of check all the halls and.
No, they have to send it back.
Financial statement.
Financial statement. Yeah. Yeah.
The challenge and one of the reasons behind the background and history of the original policy was without any direction, what would happen, especially, these are all volunteer run. So what would happen is that over the years and changeover and everything, we would grant out to certain halls. And we wouldn't know that hall was no longer functioning, or maybe we'd look at missing a hall that was functioning that we weren't aware of. This process allowed for the expectation for them to come forward and let us know they need the support and why, and then ensure that everybody's aware of what's available for them.
You gotta apply for the money.
That's right. It is a very simple application process, and the feedback received from last year from our applicants was that they found the process fairly streamlined and simple.
Any other questions?
Yeah, the transportation grant you have to ask for.
Yeah. We
Because we did that
suggest,
before. We never had that before.
we,
we have to last year.
yeah, we
Okay,
did.
thank you.
We did do a call out to give them the heads up to please apply. The big thing with that, with the transportation grant is that they just need to come forward and let us know if they're still able to offer the service and still require the support. Right?
Okay.
Just for accountability's sake.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so technically, we've discussed 8.1 and 8.2 all in one. Group here. So essentially, if there's no other questions, we can proceed to put the motion for 8.1 on the table. And I can do that, the Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to bring back the community sponsorship policy back to a future council meeting. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And if I can get somebody to make the motion for A2. Move that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to bring back policy 3150. Community halls and transportation grant to a future meeting. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yes, carried 5-0. You said. Okay, now I need a motion that the Lamont Committee of the Whole return to January 14th regular council meeting.
Eight point three.
Want to move this agenda along? Alrighty. I guess Peter can do the opening.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, we've had a road meeting policy that has served us relatively well. However, in trying to achieve the requirement for signed agreements from adjacent landowners, we run into some complexities, so it's defeats irritate.
So County Council has passed policy 5018, which is our naming of roads policy. This policy allows applicants to apply to roads within Lamont County named for former school sites, areas of historical significance, a community center church, or a long-standing farm family. Over my last 3 years, the county council has approved a number of road naming requests. Back in November, we received an application from some applicants. And in reviewing the policy, we have a couple of questions on how to properly apply the policy. So under section 3 of the policy, which is included on page 154, applicants must submit with their application signed agreements from landowners of at least 75% of properties along the section of road being applied to be named that have been assigned a civic address. In review of the application, we found multiple properties that have been assigned a civic address, however, the original residence has since been removed. And the property is no longer occupied. Because of this, the applicant currently does not have enough written support for their application meet requirements of policy. So my request to council today is to clarify whether it's council's original intent of the policy to consider all properties assigned a civic address, or only those properties that are assigned a civic address and either occupied by a residence or business. Should council wish to make amendments to the policy, administration will bring the policy back to council at a subsequent meeting for consideration. Should council wish to leave the policy as is, we will inform the applicant of the minimum number of properties required.
So in simplistic terms, if you have 10 residences along the road to be named and 5 of them are vacant.
So in this situation, we have, I think there's 15 properties. 12 of the properties either have a residence or a business on it. But 3 of the properties are empty yard sites. The house has been removed. So the question of council is, should those properties be considered under the policy as well? Or is it just occupied properties?
Well, one farm area on that road hasn't been lived in 40 years. It's still got a blue sign. The grass is as tall as a moose in the yard year round. Another one, they sold the property, they moved all the buildings off, they still got the blue sign. And another one that across the road, the buildings have been moved off about 8 years ago. And they still got a blue sign.
Well, that's the location or the.
They want
Residential sign.
between 45 and 29 sign, right? So it's.
So we're really asking very, should it be percent of parcels or should it be percent of occupied properties?
That is the question, is
Yeah.
should we be considering the historical address properties or just the occupied parcels?
I thought it was all landowners, it didn't stick.
Policy is all parcels with the civic address.
It's saying with a blue sign, I think it's 70% the sign.
So if in the last number of requests council's reviewed, the consideration is made based on nearly 75% of the parcels that have a civic address. We don't consider, we don't factor in a full quarter that's vacant. Yeah.
If you look at the policy on page 154, we see segregated from 75% of the other properties with a civic address along the route. It's quite specific, but the existence of a civic address might not be the best determinant.
There's 5 houses and nobody's looked. Two places the houses are moving away. 3 places, the one that's been 40 years since anybody lived there and maybe 45. And another one, 74, so 42 years, but they still got a blue sign, there's no house.
Yeah, I would say it should be occupied residences.
So in the policy, under number 5, it's if a person or business owns multiple properties, so we can bring amendments back, occupied parcels of either residences or businesses.
Yeah.
And to have the road name, the family still has to be living on that road.
So the consideration under number 1, neighbors with consideration in priority order of former school sites, area of historical significance, a community center, a church, or long-standing farm family. My interpretation of long-standing farm family is it's still active.
There's somebody living in there.
The town has to be living there, yeah.
Yeah, and in you know, I don't want to get too far into the application we're dealing with without bringing it all before council, but they are still farming, family members are still farming the original homestead.
You can't say farming. Because
They have them, no.
yeah, they could be living there.
Yeah,
Farming.
they are still farming. They are living there and they're still. Yeah.
Okay, how you define it?
Council just defined it as a long-standing farm family.
And it's gotta be in your. Right, from, we got the next road over 1897 was a homestead, his great grandson is living half a mile from there on the same road. But it's not the same title, not the same yard, same section. Same section, not the same quarter. And they can't apply. Right?
There's nothing in the policy that doesn't allow it. It just says a long-standing farm family. So if council doesn't want to make that clarification, we can.
His great grandfather, 1897, and then half a mile down is his great grandson. And he's been there probably 32 years, half a mile from the original homestead. Yeah. And he would own the original homestead, but he didn't know the family was selling it. They were living in Vancouver. The kids had inherited. Anyway. But he's half a mile away from where the homestead is, 1897.
That should be an issue. Yeah, if they've lived, like, obviously, they've been there since 1897. There is some significance of that farm family to that part of the community, so kind of a honorable thing to do, I would think, even if they're not living in that particular section of the road.
It's less than half a mile from house to house. And the house the guy is in is built 61. And the original homestead is still there with a brand new house in there. Anyway, that's just adds to the policy asking.
I would suggest even the way the policy is written, that the family bring the application forward, and then if council wishes to, we can make an exception to the policy and allow it anyway, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think to deal with the matter we're dealing with here is to amend it simply by adding the word occupied, right?
Yeah.
Any other questions? Somebody want to make the recommendation?
Motion that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole bring back amendments to policy 5118, naming a roads policy to a future council meeting.
Questions or concerns? See none, all those in favor? Ben? Yeah. Okay, now I will see the meeting to return to the regular council meeting.
I won't guess that.
The Lamont County Committee as a whole returned to January 14th, 2025, regular council meeting at 2:31 p.m.
Okay, and with that, I'm gonna call a recess. Chief Board. All in favor?
Yeah, Neil said yes.
I'm good.
No.
Sorry about that. That motion is carried 5-0. Okay, we're gonna recess for 40. Okay, we'll reconvene the January 14th, 2025 regular council meeting. at 2:40 PM. And we're gonna move on to item number 9 on the agenda, director's reports. And we'll start with 9-1, Lamont County Emergency Services update.
Mr. Reed, Chief Moore is here to provide an update. I should note he's providing similar updates during the month to various towns and villages. So. Oh, my pleasure.
This is my October, November report. It was pushed back from the meeting in December, so I have this report to present, and then I'll present my year-end report at a later date. Regional Training Center, we have winterized the tower section, removed the water from the tanks. Again, I had a good successful season of the RTC with us and with some other municipalities doing some rentals. We're working on some rental contracts for the spring with a neighboring municipality today as we speak. So yeah, we've had good success out of their training center in 2024. Classrooms are continuing to be used by not only fire services, but also Lamont County staff. They've hosted some first aid courses out there in the last couple of weeks. So the RTC is still being used. Fire prevention. When this report was built, we had submitted people had submitted 135 permits for brush pile season. I checked the numbers today, and at the end of 2024, we're up to 200 permits from November 1st till the end of December. So people have a lot of brush they're trying to burn with some good snow cover. So we're continuing to work with the people on those brush piles and demolish building permits. Emergency management. We completed some emergency management training with the regional partners. In November, we also conducted an emergency management exercise hosted in conjunction with Alberta Emergency Management Agency, and we have planned our 2025 emergency management training, which was accepted by the REAC last week. Some internal and external courses we hosted over the last couple of months. We completed an NFPA NO2 pump operator course with 6 internal students, and we hosted a 1041 fire service instructors course with 6 internal students as well. So that was a good success for us in the final months of the year. We had some good numbers in our recruitment drive. We brought on 12 new applicants in November. We've had 4 new applicants who applied since we closed our recruitment drive, but we're continuing to take members in all 5 districts. Crews have been busy throughout the last couple of months. In October, there was 30 calls for service. In November, 28 calls for service. When this report was generated at the end of November, on the 30th of November, we had done 338 calls in 335 days of 2024. Greater than 1 call per average a day, up 17% over 2023 at the same year to date. We had a couple of non-apparatus equipment that was up for auction on Gov Deals. We sold a couple of our old 2,200 PSI compressors and fill stations from our old SCBA. So those have sold on Gov Deals in the last month. Worked on the 2025 budget. We presented to council with great success. And under our goal 6, committed to genuine relationships. We're working with a municipal partner on an emergency community engagement with a pipeline that runs close to the community. And we've completed the transfer of the livestock trailer to Strathcona County Emergency Services, and we're working with their operations team to create a training plan for 2025 for our members for livestock emergencies. That is my October and November update for council.
Any questions for Chief Burke? That's another real call volume.
Yeah, the average of 1 per day is 17% is a big growth over year to year from 2023. And as of today, 14th of January, we're at 16 calls, so it's continuing with that. Greater than one call.
Those fire calls or those are?
Everything is included in that, so. Medicals, NBCs, fires, alarms.
Are we getting a lot of calls, people see a permanent fire, not knowing it's permanent, you know what I'm getting at, you get.
Yeah.
You,
We get probably one a week or so, yeah, we did one last night for a property, it's an approximate address, there's a permit. For an address that's close to there, so we sent one truck out to check it, yeah. But yeah, with a couple hundred outstanding permits, we're not getting. A great deal of calls. For the permanent fires. Yeah, with 200 permits out, we've probably done 3 or 4 follow-ups.
You have any questions for Chief Martin? No.
But the good work, I guess, it's
Yes, sir.
not a dull moment, and appreciate the comment that you made regarding the 2025 budget and the fire department experience and pretty good success. That's obviously you're pleased with
Yeah.
the majority of the outcomes, I guess, anyway.
Yeah. And you ordered the truck already. It's important, so.
All right, with that, I need a motion to accept the Public Works Department report as information. Sorry, the fire emergency services update as information.
Move that Lamont County Council accept the emergency services update as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Dan, Neil?
Yeah.
5-0. Okay, we'll move on to 9.2. Public Works Department report.
Go ahead. So similar to Chief Moore's reports, this report is a little long overdue. It's actually reporting from September through November. As you can see, starting on page 162, we continue to work with partners and businesses within the community, trying to support local where we can. As we moved into the winter months, we're on track with our snow removal. Even though the ground is frozen, we continue to replace road signs damaged, whether damaged or whether road signs. We've had a few instances where signs have been hit either by equipment or some vehicles. We completed our dust abatement program for the year. Our bridge program is continuing on. Planning for 2025 projects continues. Our shoulder pull program, we did have to defer that project to 2025 as the weather conditions did not allow us to continue. We did complete the first half mile in Township 580, going west up of Highway 55. Our road grading and graveling programs are complete for the year. We have been stockpiling over the winter and will continue on in the new year. Our hamlet maintenance, we contract out the garbage pickup in the hamlet Hilliard, as well as the road maintenance in the hamlets. As well, our drainage program, we were 100% complete on all of our planned projects for the year. We did have our drainage department helping with the generator installation at the Hilliard Water Station this year. Our approaches, that should say not complete. We did a few late in the year in November. We are experiencing some delays in our fleet maintenance shop due to staff away for extended leaves. We have had to contract out more. Hopefully the new year can get back on track there. And our water systems, they are all running. We continue to the chief will fail to meet the water samples. And in conjunction with Strathcona County, we continue to have 24-hour, 7-day week touch there. We've also, we installed a new CC at a property in St. Michael. That there was a fire on, that was an issue in water shut off during the fire. We've installed the generator at St. Michael during the fall, and the generator pad at Hilliard was completed in the fall. That generator has been installed. Our service requests, as you'll see in the next report, we continue to keep on track. The service requests as they come in. And our equipment replacements, we have, should be receiving our new radars that council approved back in the summer. We're anticipating a January delivery. The last report we got this week is they are on the way, on the boat. They should be here in early February. They should be in the country in late January. For our organizational leadership, continue to work with all departments, provide assistance, and in the winter months especially, you contract out to our urban municipalities. And probably the biggest item that takes up my time, as discussed earlier, the process water application. I continue to work on that. And we have high hopes that we'll get that project completed and get our approval in place so you can continue on.
Questions for Darby? Darby, that you expect the graveling program to start in February?
Our internal trucks have been hauling. We completed our 2024 stockpiling, and we started our 2025 internally. Our contracted hauling, we're meeting the first week of February with the truckers for a kickoff meeting. And just going to start in the second week of February. Depending on how many we can get signed up, should take somewhere between 3 to 5 weeks to complete.
So that's just to stockpile.
That'll be stockpile, so we'll be stockpiling to Lamont, to Mundare, and Andrew at our download pit. And then in the spring, we'll be hauling out from there. We are not anticipating a stockpile in St. Michael this year because we're still trying to get that yard cleaned up so we can get a larger area. There's a couple of small piles around there, so we're trying to get that cleaned up. See what's room to have it on the stockpile.
How many tons are you?
We've got 85,000 tons. It's 5,000 tons of sand and 80,000 tons of 1-inch gravel.
Are we doing something different?
We haven't planned on putting any in shipment because there's 5 minutes from Lamont. If we put some in shipment, some in Lamont, then we're having to roll the loaders around. So because we have one loader that's tied up with our clay stockpile, we're trying to keep it so that we're not having to move the loaders around. If we try and centralize where we're stockpiling the gravel, it's less moving equipment around to keep things going.
We always, when I recall, the county, we always did Chipman that way in the summer. You went straight south to Highway 16, and then you could do all that Aaron's division. And that, from the town yard, there's nowhere to really cross. That's why we always stockpile from Chipman. And if you're hauling out of Chipman, you're gonna have all the trucks all out of the same yard.
Yeah, the majority is gonna be in Mundare, and we do have a large pile in Lamont already that we'll be adding to, and then everything for the northeast will be in the vertical pits, so we're not backfilling from there. There will be, I think, probably around that 10,000 ton range. We'll actually leave in the pit at everything north of 9045 and east of 855. see enough back home. Work with, Northern Bagger. You know, we're trying to centralize our stockpiles, so we're not moving around. The first year I was here, it was a lot of moving around day to day to keep everybody going. So if we have 4 loaders, we need one in the yard, we need one in the clay pile. If we don't have a active pit we're hauling out of, that frees up one for the summer, and then we can keep 3 stockpiles going.
Whichever loader you used for the double haul when the ratepayers are hauling, be the one you'd be loading your trucks with. So.
Yeah.
You haul out of 1 yard, not out of 2 at the same time.
But we do haul out of, you know, we have our drainage crews hauling at the same time, so they may be needing gravel in Andrew area while we're hauling out of Lamont there. If we're hauling out of Mondare and they're hauling out of, so we don't want to be moving equipment around too much because that causes downtime and increased cost.
I don't think did we ever stockpile after the training center was built? I don't think so.
We did once. Yeah, just before Gerald left.
There was some gravel stockpiled in 2022. I don't know when it was put there, but it was there when we started. But we have been stockpiling there since I started.
They always brought in shipments, we haul 29 and from St. Michael straight across the gravel in the winter, you can haul that way, right? And then it's, you got highways going east, west and south of there. So it's saved on the roads.
Any other questions for Darby? No. Yeah, I'll make the motion that Lamont County Council will set the Public Works Department report for September 1 to November 30th, 2024 as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 4-0. 9.3, public service requests, status report.
Mr. Reed, we were able to pull together the report for all of 2024. Just as a reminder, we are dealing with a service delivery shortfall basis. So if we've undertaken service and fall short of delivering it adequately, that's when the service request is reflected. So for 2024, I'm glad to say we've addressed and closed 95% of all service requests received. As shown, starting on page 167, county as a whole, we have we had 3 active calls for signs or garbage. These dealt with signs that need to be replaced. We had 4 culvert issues that are being looked into and will be worked into our 2025 drainage program, as well as 2 requests for approaches that will be dealt with in our 2025 program. For the county as a whole, we received 185 total requests. This was down from 2023. And we get into each division, we had 41 requests for service in Division 1. Of those, 39 were complete and 2 were still active as of the end of December. Division 2, we have 59 requests, 4 are currently in progress. In Division 3, 65 with 1 still in progress. Division 4, 44 requests for service with 1 in progress. And Division 5, we have 60 received 60 requests and 2 of those are still in progress.
Any questions regarding the service request status report? Rob, we need a motion to accept the service status request report.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the Public Works Service request status report, January 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2024 as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 4-0. On to item number 9.4, CAO report.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Please, report on the period of September and December. We must have missed, one of the bi-monthly, reports, and we skipped the council meeting and probably had any events regardless, under goal number 1. And that's our growth goal. You will see activities dealing with the Heartland Association, dealing with, meetings of opponents, with Invest Alberta, water intake meetings, as well as, Libya's water grant. Goal number 2, community feels safe and has afforded a good quality of life. Development of agendas, delivering the second triennial report, attending optimistic budget committee meetings, organizational meetings. NPC and Ag Service Board, and it's one of each of those. Yes. And care, strategic planning session, fire services, master plan review. And the emergency exercise debrief, with regards to accountability and transparency. Participated with, Ms. Benoit participated in the council chamber audio and video system replacement. Arranged the governance refresher the council undertook. Participated directly in the very successful health and safety audit. I've been involved in preparation for some questioning for a couple of outstanding legal matters. We attended the art conference along with counselors. Attended some legal briefings. Attended the municipal affairs role workshop along counselors. Supported the preparation of bylaws. Ms. Benoit brought forward various election bylaw amendment reports and amended the procedure bylaw, as well as the tax penalty bylaw and the land use bylaw went through her hands. Support in preparation of various policies. The list is there for you. In terms of goal number 4, community assets achieving the maximum useful life. We had a role with our senior admin team in prioritizing capital priorities, and as well as the workshop with council. And goal number 5, sustainable growth, budget review meetings with all the operating departments. And goal number 6, as far as genuine relationships go, attended coffee talk sessions. See, attended a couple of them. I only have one listed here. Meetings with issuers of statements of concern regarding the water line application. Held meetings with our senior admin team as well as our extended leadership team. Attended a couple of public works staff meetings, joint health and safety. Undertook some health and safety inspections and participated all over in the, I think it's 3 times a year, CEO, CAO meeting. Then on page 176, participated as a panelist on the Elevate HR conference. Back in October, participated in the Alberta Meetings interview regarding shortcomings of recall legislation. It was part of their advocacy effort. Legislative Services Officer attended the Alberta Human Rights Commission workshop. And attended several workshops regarding the upcoming municipal election. Happy to answer your question.
Going back to goal number 3, the audio and video system. Are we still looking at getting that?
Yes. There was a problem with, rules and it's a technical, I think on the call, I just emailed again this week and I don't know.
Any comments from the public? Are we better or worse?
I'm taking it one comment earlier in the morning that the sound was not great, but overall I can comments that sound better.
I made a couple of us on there.
Thanks for the support. All right, there's no other questions. Entertain a motion to accept the report as information.
I move the Lamont County Council accept office of the CEO Department of Activities report for September to December 2024 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 4-0. Move on to item number 10.1. Or 10 committee reports. 10.1 is the MPC Commission meeting minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, if I may, just as an enhancement in terms of transparency to the community. Transparency to the community, we have included the unadopted in our agenda should reflect unadopted minutes. And going forward, if the chairs of these committees wish to speak anything, they're here for your use. However, really against the matter of disclosure to the public, what's going on in these communities. If you feel strongly about us not continuing with this, we can continue. I think it's a reasonable practice as far as the jury. That's what I see.
Roy, you have anything to add for MPC? No. You know anything for ASB? No. So then for the individual committee reports, right, anything on the go?
January 8th had a Beaver Hills High School board meeting. Some highlights. We had a Beaver Hills board director recruitment drive. We had 8 applicants. I was shortlisted to 4, and 2 of those candidates will be appointed. This drive was sort of part of succession planning. We're planning a review and update of policies and procedures. Administration will conduct the original review and will bring back to the board for review. Part of this is to keep your advice, your designation every 10 years. You have to you're submitted to a review every 10 years. That's coming up in 2026. So we are in 2025, we're going to review our policies and procedures and make sure we have everything in place for the actual review in 2026. The Beaver Hills will host an open house / forum and youth summit March 11th, 12th, and 13th. This will be at the county hall. March 11th is an evening event, sort of similar to the one that some councillors attended last year. I think you were there, Nate. And so that'll be a cocktail reception in the evening / trade show. There will be some booths there and some presentations. March 12th is sort of an all-day workshop with partners of the Beaver Hills and information session. And March 13th is scheduled for promote youth interest. So it's kind of reaching out to the youth group 18 to 35 to encourage them to get involved with the organization. That's the only report I have. Tomorrow I will be going to the 2025 seed processors conference in Edmonton. So Housing Foundation, I think it's on the 27th of January. We have our next meeting. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Roy. Councilor Wick.
I don't have any. I actually missed a meeting last night with the Heartland air monitoring partnership. But that was my only one for right now.
Councilor Wick.
We'll start being in the new year here, but we'll be busy towards the end of the month.
Yeah, no name. the EASD convention coming up, shared in our meeting at 2 o'clock on Monday. Should we check the agenda?
Monday, I got with Terry and myself, yeah, that's coming up, yeah.
Okay, I don't have any reports, Christmas was slow, New Year's is slower, so all is good, but she's been up steam here. So Chris,
Mr. Reed, just as information, we also included the letter that was directed by I-Service Board that ASB Chair White has signed. That's just it.
so do we want individual motions to accept each of these, or do we just do kind of a? Because these are titled committee reports, right?
Yeah.
So can we just do one motion to accept all committee reports? Inclusive of the ASB minutes and MPC minutes?
Yeah, and then I have mentioned also, I have report on I think that's bias for the meeting and it could include the minutes. Yeah.
And I do think it's a good idea because with the MPC, there's only 3 members that sit on it, so it's kind of nice to see what the minutes are. Yeah, transpired at your meetings. You get the agenda back, you don't get the outcome, right? Until the next agenda package, when you read the minutes. If you read the minutes.
Like exactly the IPC meeting minutes from December 4th, 2024, the ASB meeting minutes from December 11th, 2024, and the committee reports from Council and also the vice chair as a motion.
Okay, somebody with better vision than me.
Lamont County Council accept the MPC meeting minutes from December 4th, 2024, the ASB meeting minutes from December 11th, 2024, and the committee reports from councilors Roy and Aka on the Beaver Hills Biosphere meeting as information. That's a hard color read.
The only thing that's not in there is this letter that.
Yeah, it's got a separate 10-3.
You know, we can do it separate.
It's we got it in a minute separate.
Okay. All right, so let's any questions or concerns on Councilor White's motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay. And then I will make a motion that Lamont County Council accept the Agricultural Service Board letter to Alberta Ministry for Agriculture and Agri-Food for Canada regarding Bill C-293 as information.
But we had carried that today, the end of here, so you guys can see what we wrote, sent off this time, kind of time sensitive.
Bill C-293 is an absolutely horrible bill. Yeah. And hopefully the senators see downsides to the bill before they approve it. So my motion's on the floor. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 4-0. And we'll move on to item number 11, correspondence. Peter?
Mr. Reed, I have a bit of an assortment here. First one is an invitation from the Minister of Municipal Affairs to meet with him at the RMA conference. They request up to 3 discussion topics. I know it was council's desire to meet the minister in the fall, but we were not awarded the meeting. If the human answer to the question, yeah. You know that one of the topics that we may wish to explore with the minister is a major borrowing. Are there others in your mind?
I would like to bring up the topic of the mature asset strategy.
Which one more? Kind of an answer out of this one, we got a letter back.
More of a soul jam than it is, yes,
Okay.
but,
No,
but it affects all municipalities.
maybe we could talk about bridging. Yeah.
And we could chip in bridges. This is bridges.
Okay, that gives us something to work with. Second item is a notification from our area MLA, where she's talking about grant search tools, in particular also grant funding for nonprofits. And crowdfunding Alberta platform where nonprofits can create funding campaigns to receive up to 5 grants. And finally, grant application resources. These are things that I've provided both for our finance area as well as our community services area, which is appropriate. Now we have 11.3. Our area already speak to the challenge of large loads between Edmonton and Fort McMurray. Speed limit. It's provides information about some specific moves during the first part of January. Most of that is already in the past, so we'll provide that sort of information directly in the future. We have the RMA district update for December, providing information on various and sundry matters that are on RMA's radar for your independent review. We have a letter 11.5, so that's on page 200, where it looks like 2025 is an opportunity for RMA to come and visit with us. I think they circulate through the RMA members, on a 3-year rotation basis. So they are considering scheduling options, a standard 1-hour meeting, either attached to a council meeting or standalone, or a more extended meeting 2 to 3 hours. What we've done in the past is had representatives from RMA join us for lunch on the council meeting. Their availability. Where does it apply? It's small. Yeah, they talk about second and fourth Tuesday, which aligns very well with our council. So they'd like a response by January 31st. I suspect that these meetings might happen.
So we just schedule those as part of our council meeting.
As I've indicated, what we've done in the past is have them join us for lunch during the council meeting. We could do it as a 1-hour item on council meeting. But that may really challenge our other members on our agenda.
February?
We'll give them the two, usually it's February and. That makes it your sort. Yep. We got a briefing here on the mature asset strategy. More in depth, gonna be November, December, stuff. So we
Go after that, mature assets.
He indicated we should talk to the minister about it, but maybe we should be writing a letter to the minister, copy to our MLA. Essentially, people oil seems to be rolling the root in regard to the negotiations for this mature asset strategy. And if you look at the map, I'm not too sure what page it is here. Those mature assets stretch all the way from basically Athabasca down to the border. And there's really no definition as to what a mature asset is or how the rules are gonna be applied. It's just. The long and the short of it is, I think the oil companies want municipalities to reduce the property taxes and this, to enhance their cash flow at the expense of municipalities, and it would appear as though the government is prepared to almost go along with this unless we push back. So I think we should probably write a letter to the minister and to the MLA, and then we can discuss it further with the minister when we visit them.
that's a resolution we can propose to the rest of the materials. We have also a letter from the deputy commissioner thanking us for meeting with him and his party at the November RMA meeting. Well, we have something from the Alberta Energy Regulator with regards to their annual liability management performance report. We received a letter from Pembina and a survey which we are completing with regards to our awareness on how to work with like to go as and reliable. Way back to 11.1, we need a resolution to be that regime.
Sure. Hang on a second, did you guys, we got one more piece of correspondence?
Yeah, that letter come from the fishing game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that on this agenda.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to deal with it.
No, I just wasn't sure.
Do you want to deal with these motions one at a time?
Yeah, I move the Lamont County Council direct administration to respond to the municipal affairs engagement team and request a meeting with Minister Rick McIver at the RMA Spring Convention.
Questions or concerns? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay, so then we'll deal with item 11.5 RMA visits. Resolution to instruct administration to arrange a meeting at one of the February council meetings.
The preference to a lunch. Yeah, we might not be able to control. Squeeze us in like.
That would be President Karen here.
Make a motion with the Lamont County Council direct administration to arrange a meeting with an RMA member, for one of the February council meetings during lunch hour, if possible.
Questions or concerns? See that, all those in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 4-0. And the letter to the Minister McIver and CC to the MLA Jackie Lamont. Expressing Lamont County's concern regarding the mature asset strategy.
Lamont County Council direct administration to prepare a letter for the re-signature to MLA Armstrong Hominiuk and Minister Rick McIver regarding the mature asset strategy.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 4-0. I think that completes the actionable items. So I will make a motion that Lamont County Council accept all correspondence items as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 4-0. Move on to item number 12, the events meetings calendar. Well, one here.
The calendar is the president. Council events that you know, events that are broad interest nature for the community. Still working through the most appropriate things to write back on here. We've got the meeting that experts board members have tomorrow with regards to the ASB resolutions. But we don't have the ASB conference on here. The ASB conference goes from the 20th to the 22nd. We have your RP District 5 here, obviously, the second council meeting. We're not putting all council, we're not all committee meetings on.
Okay, over to District 5 meetings. Hello. Hello. All right, any questions or concerns about the calendar? If not, a motion to accept this information.
I move the Lamont County Council accept the council calendar for January 2025 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 4-0. We've already dealt with the closed meeting item. Which brings us to number 14, which is adjournment. And I will adjourn the meeting at 3:32 p.m.